save you when you're tangled in your lies, caught up in the middle. I can see it in your eyes, lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with a rumble running deep. This is how I see you when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
اس. نعم استغلال الأوضاع واستغلال الغلط. خلينا تبع نشوف اللي جاء الآن اللاعب الأخير من ياش مؤمن راح تعطينا جامب شوت. مغامرة واضحة من المؤمن. ياخذ الأول ولا لا؟ ممكن الثاني ياخذ بلمح البصر، لكن يعطيها تكون ناهية للأحلام. بالفعل كنت في النقطة. يا الله
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is the first day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season, and we're back with all the action that the Africa region has to offer as the teams are returning for yet another season of some pretty crazy action. I've got to say, I'm quite excited to see what teams like VGS have learned with their time being spent in the PUBG Mobile World Invitational and how they can apply that knowledge moving into this season of PMPL Africa. My name is DK, and with me I am joined with the lovely Proxy. Now, it's been a minute since we've last casted any PMPL Africa action. How are you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Very excited to be back here for the full season and to see what the teams have changed while they've been away. You know, they had a little bit of break for some of them, and the others, well, they were busy with the Mia Champs and the World's Invitational, as you mentioned, so plenty of experience to go around, and I'm curious to see what they're going to bring for this season.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty exciting one, and I'd love to remind our viewers of our socials. So be sure to head on over and give them a follow. And while you're there, you can also tell us who and what you are most excited about seeing coming through into the season. Also, which teams you are supporting. Be sure to include the hashtag, as you can see it down below. It is going to be PMPL Africa. You can, of course, let us know on all the socials that are on the screen. Facebook, TikTok, as well as on YouTube. So expecting quite an exciting day ahead of us here. And we also have to give a big shout out to right. We got to give a shout out to Monster, our official energy drink partner. So a big day ahead of us as the teams will get to step up and show us what they've got. And of course, speaking about teams showing us what they've got, right? Let's talk about the format. We have seen a few changes coming through into this season of the PMPL Africa. Now, we've done away with Super Weekends. And that's the first thing, well, at least for me, that stands out looking at what the teams are doing right here. And of course, as we can see, we've changed that now to 5 days of play. The 20 teams will be making their way through at the end of the week. The top 12 teams will be playing an additional Livic. And the top 16 teams after the league stage will be making their way through towards those finals. So quite an exciting lineup as the teams will have quite a few more additional add-ons to try and cope with here.
Absolutely, and again, just that change in sort of focus for the teams now having to place more focus into every single game during the phases, as it could obviously lead them to an opportunity to get those bonus points for the finals, which can obviously make a massive difference for the teams going into those final moments of PMPL Africa 4.
Yeah, so a lot to look forward to as we are going to be making our way through the league stage. And I'm expecting quite a few teams to try and use a change up that we've got coming through, right? There's been so many changes actually coming through. Not only are we going to be having the maps rotating daily, we are going to be having the groups rotating on a weekly basis. And to give you a little bit of a better understanding as to what it is, we do have a quick video to explain all the changes that has come to this season. So let's take a listen. After experiencing all the thrills, highs and lows of the spring season, we are back again with some fresh PUBG Mobile action. The best of Africa will log heads once again in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall 2022 season to determine who will claim the trophy. And to top things off, we have a fresh new format for teams and viewers to experience. The league stage will consist of 3 phases, where every team will play 4 out of 5 matches per day. After 5 days, the top 12 teams of the week will play an additional match on Livic. This process will repeat each week with scores reset to 0 and the groups will be shuffled. The combined scores of the 3 weeks will be used to determine the top 16 teams who will then move on to play the finals. Depending on the team's placement in the 3 phases, teams will also be awarded bonus points. All teams have 4 chances to earn bonus points. 3 times based on their phase rankings, and 1 time for their overall league stage ranking. In the finals, teams will start with the bonus points that they accrue over the league phase. This means that teams who do well in the league will get a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will consist of 3 days with 6 matches played out per day. The top 6 teams from the finals will move on to the regional championship, and the top team will be declared the winners of PMPL Africa. So we hope that all of that makes at least somewhat sense. I mean, we'll keep on explaining it as we progress through our first day. It is a little bit of a change, right? There's a lot that is happening. Now, as we know, all of this culminates in the MEA Championships, where the teams will kind of meet up, right? They'll meet head to head, and that will be the best teams from the Arabia and the Africa region. So there's quite a bit of excitement ahead of us once again. But as we know also, with the new phase changes, with the teams changing from phase to phase, the teams will have to perform with consistency, and they will get rewarded for that consistency with the bonus points. Now, the bonus points are the points that the teams will start with in the finals. So they potentially can start with the finals with maybe an 80-point lead moving in.
Absolutely. In the best case scenario, 80 points into the finals. I mean, DK, what a start. I mean, we've seen what these massive maps, like those 30-pointer games from Lusail in the previous season, made to those overall rankings, and how it gave them just that kick, that extra bit of momentum to carry on forward. Same with virtual gaming, and I think that's why they found themselves in the championship seats. And, well, the best way to do it is to follow the point system. As we know, it's the bread and butter, the same old in terms of placements for our normal maps, with 15 being awarded to the winner chicken dinners, and 1 elimination will be obviously equal to 1 point. But of course, for Livic, for those bonus map games, we have a maximum of 10 points being awarded to the winner chicken dinner per map as it trickles down. So of course, teams are going to be wanting to avoid those last 3 positions on both sides, because they don't want to take those bubbles to their scoreboards.
Yeah, those bubbles are definitely going to help you move up the lead, as we saw before. So there's going to be a lot of effort now, a lot of focus as well, having to be applied by the teams moving through. And of course, speaking about the teams, let's have a look and see what the team playing for as we take a look at our prize pool breakdown and what they have at stake. Of course, for the league stage, each of our teams will be rewarded with $2,500, but making it up into the finals, the team walking away victorious will be doing so with $10,000 in their bank account as well.
Absolutely huge ka-chings, as we said, in the back pockets. And of course, I mean, the fact that you're here in the first place in PMPL Africa Fall 2022 means that you're going to get those $2,500 in your back pockets just as an award. And of course, for those winner chicken dinners and the MVPs, there's those few additional dollars as well. But ultimately, the teams are going to be gunning for that first position, because, I mean, $10,000 to take home, over and above the fact that you get extra opportunities past PMPL Africa, is just absolutely massive for the season.
Yeah, so there's going to be quite a at stake that they will have to, navigate their way through the obstacles and the challenges that this season of PMPL Africa is going to throw at them. And of course, speaking about the challenges, let's take a look and see what the schedule is going to be looking like for the remainder of this event. Of course, we are on the 30th day, number 1, right in the beginning. So we've got 5 days of play, as we saw before, with the change in format. Next week, we will continue with even more action, after which we are going to be taking a quick break, and then we will return with our 3rd week, and we conclude it all with the finals at the very end to see who will be the team crowned as the victors of the PMPL Africa Fall 2022 season.
Yeah, new format, new changes, and now we also have that week break in between the 4 weeks of action. So I'm curious to see what might happen at that point. Maybe to the VODs, do a little bit of research, and just get some new stratagems in for those last week, and of course the finals week bring into the screens and to the stage. But we'll talk about that a little bit later, obviously, when we get to that point. For now, we need to focus on what is going to be the action for today.
Yeah, speaking about action, we are going to be taking a look at our teams to see who we have stepping out into the field, and of course also what our group lineup is going to be, as we can see our teams now being divided into their respective group. We see quite a few familiar faces from the previous season of PMPL Africa, but we also have quite a few new names actually now joining us for this season, as we see the players there from, well, Titan Gaming being one of the new faces, the new kids on the block, if we can put it like that. We also have Legends of War, as well as the players from TEAMLAG. We also then have the addition of VST Gaming, and then also the squad coming through from Wave Esports.
Yeah, a lot of new faces and maybe a few old names that you might not know that you need to be recognizing. So a few changes in terms of rosters have occurred, of course, as they normally do. So for those of you at home, if you're not aware, Arab Golden Esports is the former Masters Esports from the previous season, as well as Desert Flame Esports has the roster from G3 Temper. Leaders Esports holds the roster from Team Umbra, and the roster of Cryptics actually went to 1 Million Esports, where the roster from 1 Million Esports last season went to one round. And of course, the former intruders are now known as Seoul Esports Africa. So a few changes here and there. You know, we got new colors on the broadcast. You might as well have a few new names and new logos on the screen as well.
You know, why not? Why not? Always can do with a little bit of that extra bit of spice coming through. Now, I gotta say, I'm quite intrigued to find out who our viewers think will be the contenders for the title in this season of PMPL Africa. So be sure to let us know on our socials. You can also hit us up on the official socials, as you saw before, and tell us what your thoughts are, right, going into this very first day, as we are getting closer and closer to getting started with the day. And to see what our map lineup of the day is going to be, we are going to be taking a quick look at our map rotation, as well as we know this is going to be only for today. Tomorrow, it will be an entirely different shuffle. So we are going to be starting off the day with Erangel, ending the day on Erangel, and then, of course, adding a double dose of Miramar in between, and sandwiching a little bit of that Sanhok right in the middle.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, every single day the maps are going to change, and from map to map the groups are going to be changing. So for every single map, unfortunately, one group will have to sit back and watch the action unfold. And as we move on, these groups will also be shuffling as well. So a lot of changes, a lot of obstacles that the teams are going to have to deal with. So just when they think they're going to be getting used to the action or their opponents, it's immediately going to change, and just shuffle things up just a tad to make sure that they are fully challenged and that they show their absolute best performances going through.
Yeah. Now, what makes me quite excited is knowing that we just looked at what our map rotation is, right? That only means that we are that much closer to getting into our very first match of PMP Africa for season, right? So there's going to be quite a bit of excitement coming through, but I'm curious to see what the teams are going to be doing stepping in, right? We know in the previous season, we had an absolutely insane start coming through from Team Lusail, right? Sadly, we don't have Lusail participating in this season, but I'm curious to see who's going to be the next team to step up, because if you remember, Lusail dropped a 30 bomb on the very first match, right? That is absolutely insane, and I'm curious to see if we're going to be having a lot of that, you know, kind of a little bit of a repetition of that coming through into this season. As we know, the teams have had a lot of opportunities to grow and gain more experience, and I want to see that now being utilized out on the field as the teams are getting ready to step up once again.
Absolutely, and of course, big focus on virtual gaming, as we mentioned right in the beginning, with that, you know, that experience from the World's Invitational, as well as the EMEA Champs. But of course, we have to place focus on our second and third teams from the previous season, such as Seoul Esports and Slime4KT, respectively, who also performed phenomenally in that finals weekend. I mean, I'm even just a little bit curious as to what the new 1 Million Esports is going to be bringing, because we knew they were absolutely crazy within the league phases. I think they've jumped onto those 300 points sooner than anyone else within the PMPL spring. So bringing that in now to this season with all the format changes, how is that going to, you know, influence these teams? And is the experience that some of the teams in the EMEA Champs or the World's Invitational going to, you know, assist them more than anything, or is it going to be putting a target on their back for the rest of the teams to gun at them?
I mean, only time will reveal all, right? We know, looking at the performances we had in the previous season, the players coming through from, well, the current 1 million, right? The former team from Cryptics, they ended at the top of the log in the league stage, right? Acquiring 581 points with G3 Temper. Now, the players from Desert Flame Esports locking in 416 points. So already a very contentious performance that we have to look back on to try and potentially get an idea of what we could expecting moving into this season. But as we know, right, it's in the past. It's only there for a little bit of reference, right, to speak about historically. But I do think that the teams are going to be looking to shake up those performances moving through this time around. And what better map to kick it off on, right? Erangel is going to be the starting point for this season of the PMPL Africa. I got to say, I'm really looking forward to seeing what we are going to be surprised with when we get onto the flight path, looking at that zone, where it's going to be performing, and how those rotations are then going to play out as the teams get themselves situated and moved through the phases.
Absolutely. And what sort of performances they're going to start out with on the first day? Because previously we had that idea with, okay, well, it's league phases, then we go into super weekends. So, you know, they might not necessarily show their true colors on the first day. Now you can't really run with that anymore. Now every single match is going to count, because that performance can lead to those bonus points into your finals weekend. So every single performance is going to count, and the teams are going to want to push from the get-go. Or maybe they might be just holding back for the first few games, just trying to understand what they're going up against. Again, might not really help you, because your groups are going to be swapped, your maps are going to be swapped. You just need to gun it every single game and hopefully show the best possible performances. And again, that question of, okay, well, what are the teams from those EMEA champs, you know, who went on from the top 6 of PMPL Spring to the EMEA champs who went on to the World's Invitational? What are they going to bring to this season, and how has things shifted for them? You know, the teams had a lot of time to sort of work on their stratagems coming into the season.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of experience that the teams have already acquired, just since we saw them last time participating in the previous season of PMPL. But one thing that I'm excited about is our new teams coming through, right? The teams we didn't see in the previous season. I want to see what impact they are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield itself, right? We know that the teams have had a bit of an opportunity to test the water, to play in scrims against each other in preparation for coming here. But now we want to see how all of that information that they've been able to gather is actually going to translate as they move on through. And of course, what a better way to see all of that in action as we get ready to hop straight into our very first match right over on Erangel. We are going to be starting with our flight path coming in from what seems to be that southwestern side. There we go. It is going to be moving up right to alongside shooting range. So a rather western flight path to kick it off. But I think all's going to be revealed once we see where that first initial zone is going to be moving to.
Absolutely. Just when we see how that shift is going to happen, I think a lot of the teams might have a little bit more of a little bit of a stressing point, especially if they prefer those, you know, more eastern side drop spots like the Lipovkas, which we've seen in the past virtual gaming, preferring even the Milta Powers that we know Team Mytha and alike have enjoyed before. And of course, that military base island that we know Seoul Esports, they quite frequented in the previous season. And I'm seeing that's sort of coming through into this time.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be, you know, the team's kind of sticking to their guns, right? They've got their tried and tested positions. They know where they want to drop. They know how they want to try and plan their rotations moving through this first initial game. And I think the first game is going to be an absolutely essential one. Already we have a little bit of action starting right down in towards Ferry Pier, but our zone is going to be taking form all the way up in towards the northwestern side. So it's nice to see a little bit of a complementary zone coming in alongside that flight path. But that means that there's going to be a lot of work and a lot of focus for the teams now to try and implement as they get themselves situated and positioned leading into, well, that second phase, essentially.
And it does look like, as you mentioned, that initial action already jumping onto the boards here of Legends of War and, of course, VST Gaming. Two of the new teams that we were, you know, having those question marks about. You know, what are we going to expect from them this time around? And so far, DK, I'd say this is a pretty good introduction, just right into the hot drop action.
Yeah, great way to kick it off. It is going to be the players here from VST Gaming now, just trying to get themselves into some form of a position. We already see that they've lost one of their players, they're Vivo, getting taken on down. But this is where things now are at the opportunity where they could get solidified. Teams could look to either disengage, get themselves separated, spread out, or maybe just hunker down and look to, you know, take the fights head on. And of course, speaking about fights, we can see the players there from VGS, the virtual gaming squad, and the players coming through here from the Super Young Stars. Now, just in a quite a contentious drop all the way up in towards Savoni, and this is going to be an interesting turn of events, right? The teams now both trying to get themselves situated, but already we see the players here from virtual gaming in a very nice spread, starting to potentially encircle the Super Young Stars.
And Super Young Stars, they had such an interesting performance in the previous season, coming through, of course, against now the champions of, the previous season. You are going to get yourself a little bit of a headshot going there with a nice connection there onto Messi from Super Young Stars. So Virtual Gaming, already a little bit more active, already just absolutely keen to take on this engagement at this point in time. And DK, the way that they split up for me, this signifies that they're looking for that pincer maneuver. They're not looking to back off just yet.
Yeah, definitely the focus is there, right? Right off the bat, it seems like virtual gaming, they want to try and see if they could maybe apply a little bit of that pressure moving forward, looking for those opportunities to play at. And as we look a little bit further down towards that southern side, we can see the players here from Legends of War also now getting into a little bit of an altercation not too long ago. So I'm loving the kind of mentality as the teams are stepping in, looking to show what they've got. But this is only 4 of our 5 groups, right? This is group A, B, C, and D. So we are not having the players from Desert Flame, Leaders Esports, Triple Esports, and Wave currently on the map. As we can see, our beautiful list of teams just there on the side. Already, it is going to be the players now from the side of Legends of War with that one elimination to their name. But there's quite a few more plays to be had as we have that blue zone starting to close in within the next few seconds. Virtual Gaming still keeping the pressure up, but as we look down in towards Pachinki, the players here from Team Myth are going to be having the entire region for themselves. I think this is actually quite a comfortable spot for them, right? They don't really have to worry too much about getting themselves situated or kind of sorted out moving through this looting phase. Now, once they feel comfortable, they can start focusing a little bit more towards that zone. But as we know, Pachinki is already somewhat included in this first phase.
Absolutely. And I mean, just an opportunity for the teams to have a little bit more, a little less pressure moving into the next zone, potentially even getting themselves a little bit closer to the center. We obviously tune into the team here of Slime 4K2, who find them, 4K2. Wow, English is a difficult time today. They find themselves here towards Jasnaya Poliane, which is just outside the zone, just towards that eastern part of where the zone cuts off. So not a far trip for them, to say the least. Whereas newer teams such as Titan Esports and Lag Esports, as two of the teams that we're obviously waiting to see what we can expect from them, they're a little bit further out towards Malta, as well as, of course, we mentioned earlier, Seoul Esports, who absolutely do love that military base island. They have a little bit of a trip for them. But so far, DK, I mean, other than that initial jump of action that we saw with Lord of War, and of course Virtual Gaming just stepping in and throwing a little bit of a warning shot, the teams still seem quite reserved. They're still placing that focus on the structure, going for placements, going for rotations.
Yeah, and I think it's all gonna start playing out a little bit later on, right? For the time being, there's a lot of tranquility, if we can put it that way, kind of spread throughout this match. So I'm expecting a big upset to that coming through as we move in towards those later few phases. But the team's already looking so confident and comfortable, right? No one looking too nervous. As we've said before, they've had a bit of an opportunity to, just test the waters against each other, to get a bit of a feel, a bit of an assessment as to how they want to potentially adapt moving through into this event. But looking at the current zone that we still have quite a few teams that are yet to progress and push themselves further into the zone. We've got Slime, as you've mentioned, still up in towards that Yasnaya region. But a team that I'm going to be looking at to see what they're going to bring through is going to be the team from Lag. They are relatively close to the team. The players coming through there from the side of Team Titan. So maybe Titan will either push right up in their direction, or they could potentially opt for a bit of a little bit more of a rotational pathway or a bit of a flank to get themselves resituated.
I can tell you now, the rotational path, well as it might be the safest path, it might be a little bit tricky to navigate, as not only is Lag right in terms of, just direct movement into the zone, it's Lag that they have to face off. If they move a little bit more north, it's Darkness they have to worry about. If they move then even more north towards Yasnaya Poliana, well, guess what? Slime 4KT is sitting and waiting. So just that rotation into the eastern side of that zone, it is going to be a little bit tough to navigate, which is why we might see them running that 3-1 setup, just sending out a scout or a potential sacrifice, however you want to look at it, into the ether and seeing what information they can gather, which at this point in time, DK, with, just the shake-up in terms of teams that you're playing against and the little information you might have, I think that's the best possible option at this point.
Yeah, it could be a good possible option to play out. And of course, speaking about playing it out, we are going to be jumping right back over in towards Savernies. We can see the players here now from the Super Young Stars. And Virtual Gaming already starting to evolve the position they find themselves in. We did see that knock coming through on towards Jafoz. But now, it doesn't seem like Virtual Gaming are really mounting too much of an aggressive position towards the Super Young Stars. Instead, maybe they're going to be looking to just roll with the punches. We do see that 3-1 split now for the Virtual Gaming squad. But, Super Young Stars, they actually send a scout out. We can see Nossa trying to just push outside of that zone, leaving the rest of the team up ahead, potentially looking for a little bit of a vehicle so they can make a rather quick rotation away from this area and disengage entirely.
Yeah, thankfully the team that is still here with virtual gaming, they are within the zone, so they don't need to stress about that blue zone coming through just yet. In the elimination feed, I do see Seoul Esports have found Lag Esports, so that question we were asking earlier, is Lag going to be finding Titan? Well, guess what? Seoul Esports joined the party from that military base rotation, and now we might be having a bit of a third-party action there going on as well, if Titan should choose to get involved there, but it looks like they will be focusing rather on that rotation, which at this point in time I would prefer, because we can see just that migration into the southern part of the zone is absolutely stacked with teams.
Yeah, and it is going to be the contention continuing all the way up into Savoni. As you pointed out, the team's going to be rotating through on that southern edge of the zone. But I want to see how this play kind of pans out, right? Virtual Gaming, as we know, they performed like absolute beasts in all the way through to the finals of the previous season. But this time around, it seems like it's going to be a little bit more of a calculated play, at least from their side, as they now try to take these shots. And Hero just getting a little bit of that pressure being applied towards them. But Shero not going to be folding, right? Messi has been knocked, but the Super Young Stars looking to see how they can get to their teammate, as it is going to be Virtual now to move in and try and close it up.
And I mean, of course, virtual gaming doesn't have the information that we do, that one player has rotated off looking for potentially that vehicle, that late rotation, as you mentioned. So they don't know that they're at a numbers advantage right now. They obviously know they've taken one, but they don't know this is a 4v2 situation yet. So they're not as aggressive as we would expect. But looking at this now, Nos has taken quite a bit of damage with that rotation so deep into the blue zone, and it's going to leave the remainder of his team to fight it out. And now this push from virtual gaming, they are hungry for these eliminations, DK.
Well, you can't really blame them, right? They have a reputation to uphold, so it is going to be Gaddafi and the rest, of the crew now, just looking to navigate their way through these compounds as they clear it up, at least building by building, floor by floor. Shero is going to try and just stick a bit of a thorn in the side here, picking up a few of those nades, trying to send them across. Gaddafi with a little bit of pre-fire, just making sure the weapon is working before rushing into the engagement, which is highly respectable. But as you can see, Mora now just positioned down below. Oh, up comes the rush, though. It is going to be Virtual to come full sending, trying to line it up. You see Shero not just trying to vault off the top of the roof. Will actually find it, but gets caught out by that blue. And now this is where the whole situation kind of turns on its head, right? The players from the Super Young Stars now reduced to only one. And it is going to be Nasa positioned out in the blue.
Yeah, that scout that they sent out earlier on looking for a potential exit path, unfortunately, that is the lone remaining member now, Super Young Stars. Their plan is basically turned on its head, as you mentioned. And, well, they'll have to just, for Nosa's sake, will have to just focus on placements and try and get as many points as Super Young Stars can in this first Erangel. But I'm going to give it up to them, sticking their guns and trying to put up that defense against virtual gaming. It's a good start. Now, Darkness and Titan, however, this is a question mark. We want to see what Titan have in store for us here.
Yeah, definitely a team to just show us what they've got lined up. It is going to be Teak to get taken down, at least for the time being. Not confirmed up just yet, but they have to act super quickly. As you can see, the players there from Zero Tolerance also situated up towards the north. But Darkness locked into the compounds. A good amount of hard cover now for them to try and utilize. But that's what they got to do at this point, right? Not have this opportunity really pass them by, and just look to capitalize on it, because we know they are a team that have been here before, right? They have had a bit of a swing coming through in the previous seasons. Now they're going to showcase those talents, show the improvements that they've been able to bring in alongside their team. And of course, speaking about improvements, right? What a crazy shift is moving straight up over on towards that Everest, and this is quite a challenging zone.
And all that I can just read from this is 1 million esports. 1 million esports Everest, that is all that I see from this situation right now. So immediately we see them just taking that Everest position, which is what we have to expect here. Great line of visibility from the top there. And Titan Esports, as you mentioned, they've sent one player out to try and, I guess, alert, maybe a bit of a flank situation coming on in. But Titan really need to shift this up, as you mentioned. Not only do they need to rotate, but they need to be wary of Zero Tolerance just around that corner.
Wow, punches gonna come rolling through with the punches there, landing those shots in pretty close succession. Moves in, picks up 2 knocks right off the bat. And with that, all the pressure now turns onto their final hopeful, as we can see Zal now just trying to dash back into safety, looking to find a new place to call home, as they pretty much got, pushed out of this one by Titan Gaming.
This is exactly the energy that we needed, and I mean, wow, it's like a little bird just told them what I asked for. Beautiful timing on that. This gives them enough time to loose up, get all their consumables that they might have used, and get into the zone relatively unscathed. They just might have to worry a little bit about zero tolerance, or potentially Team Myth a little bit more towards the south. In the meantime, Slime 4KT, that rotation all the way from Yasnaya Poliana now towards a little bit more of the northern side of the zone has been quite treacherous, as we know, because the teams from Georgia Pool also had to move in. So a little bit congested towards that northern side, I'd say, for now.
I mean, a slight tad bit, right? Not too hectic. There's still quite a bit of room for these teams to play in and around. But we don't really see any team taking that plunge, pushing straight in towards the Georgia Pool container yard. Instead, we see the players here from Blackjack looking to situate themselves towards the northern edge of the mountain. We got MG now quickly just trying to patch themselves up. But as you said before, 1 million, they've already taken the plunge. They've pushed right onto the top. And this is where we're going to be seeing teams now trying to duke it out on the surrounding area, as we have the players there from the side of the Arab Golden Esports team, not too far away, just off in the distance, situated towards the east. And Team Myth now needs to keep their eyes absolutely focused on the target.
Absolutely, and it's not just, the team right ahead of them. Of course, we know, we can see here Lag Esports moving in on the territory as well, looking for that hard cover, looking for that just protection as all of the teams make their rotation into the zone, while we wait to see what that next shift is going to be, because we know Erangel, those later zone shifts can get quite crazy. So interested to see where we're going to be ending up with those final few zones. So far, I mean, we still have those 16 teams. We're still seeing the numbers we would come to expect, even though we had a little bit of that early craziness. And of course, Titan Gaming, again, just that reminder of that immediate just spread punches. Beautiful work and exactly what they needed.
Oh, but look at that, though. The shift coming through the zone is going to be moving to the north, shifting up absolutely amazing now for one round. Oh, Nossa goes down with that. It is looking to be a pretty tough play now for the Super Young Stars. But as we see almost instantly, right, 1 round feeling the pressures, Blackjack now jumps at the opportunity. Slime 4KT moving in alongside them. And this is where it's going to be, this is where the challenges comes through, because the teams now have to move into such a close proximity kind of position to play it out in. As we can see the players here now from the side. Oh, just feeling the pressures. Legends of War really experiencing the war firsthand.
Absolutely, but hopefully they'll be able to get out of this and showcase what legends they can be. See, I can also play the DK pun game. Ooh. But looking at the rotations into the southern part of the zone, just a massive northern shift. So, I mean, that move that 1 million esports made on towards Everest, unfortunately, it's going to be all for naught, as they need to make a closer rotation to those Georgiable containers. And, of course, that second team being Legends of War. Unfortunately, not showcasing the legendary behavior that we were waiting for, but we'll wait for the next Miramar to see what they can bring up.
It's unfortunate, right? It is unfortunate, but as we know, this is only the first match. There's still several opportunities. And speaking about that, it's going to be players now from Virtual Gaming looking to grasp this opportunity with all their hands wide open, as they now rush straight into the players there from Slime 4KT. Slime also a very competent team that we've been seeing across the board, participating in several events, and they've done pretty well in PMPL itself, as we can see the shots now connecting up as Plaza finds the angle right on towards Alpha Luigi. And this is where it looks like the players from Slime are actually trying to turn the table and show a lot of aggression straight onto Virtual Gaming.
I love this. I mean, taking on basically our third team from the previous PMPL season, taking on the champions from the previous season and saying, hey, this season is ours, and we're going to start this Erangel off with that statement laid down by hopefully taking out the rest of Virtual Gaming. It's not looking too great for them. HP bars are incredibly low, but they are still trying to put up a fight here.
Oh, I'm loving this. I'm loving this momentum. I mean, Slime, they just hit the ground running, as we can see. The nades now getting sent all over the place. It is going to be up to Alpha Luigi and Gaddafi now trying to see if they can find a bit of an opening here, but Alpha Luigi gets straight on down, all the pressure turning right on towards Gaddafi. And Slime, they look like they've got this one in the bag as they move forward, trying to apply the pressure. They fight the final hits connect on through. And Virtual Gaming have to pack their bags, getting sent away with only 3 eliminations to their name. But what a roll, what a start this is coming through for Slime 4KT.
Oh, it's even better when you just consider the fact that they've basically been left to their own devices on this northern part of the island. Yes, they do have zero tolerance right up ahead of them when they do make that rotation, but for the time being, they shouldn't be at least interrupted. They can get those, they can basically loot up again. Wow,
Yes,
English is really
yes.
difficult. And then
There we
take
go.
the trip around the river.
I mean, yes, rivers, trips, all those things can be quite nice, but it's going to come down to a very challenging play. As we did see the players there from Zero Tolerance with 3 players up. Not quite sure what the spread is. We can see them pretty much situated over towards that eastern edge. We got the players there from Myth just ahead of them. But as you said before, right, Slime, they've got the entirety of the northern territory to themselves. But now they need to find a way to rotate up as the zone has taken a shift further down south. We can see the players there from VST now trying to inch their way a little bit forward. But it is going to be 1 million already beautifully situated, smack dab center zone within a hard cover. And now they just need to lock it down.
Absolutely, and this has been the trend that we've seen from them in the past before. Always so fantastic with the central rotations that they can find themselves and basically just pull a 360 and shoot at anyone and everyone that makes those rotations in. But as you said, Slime 4KT, a little bit of a difficult situation here for them because they can go to the east or they can go to the west. Either way, they're going to be finding teams to fight their way through.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key here is not only finding the teams, but doing so consistently. As we had a look at the bonus points, as we had a look at the shifts, the shuffles, and everything else that's coming through, the team's consistency is going to be put to the test. And Slime looking pretty confident as they now just opt into the vehicles, getting ready to move a little bit further forward. They have to try and escape in between so many other teams positioned up ahead, as it is going to be the players there from 1 round to welcome them on through. Zero Tolerance, of course, now will get eliminated as they get sent away empty-handed, but Myth also now feeling the pressure. 1 round, they look to lock down this northern angle as there's so many teams in contention, but will they be able to succeed? As we can see Slime also now feeling the pressure coming in.
Oh, Pronto just being taken out, and unfortunately this dash for safety that Slime 4KT made was right into the crosshairs of those teams that we mentioned earlier, setting themselves up early, getting themselves in a central position to just sit and wait and hold their crosshairs ready and poised for some elimination. Seoul Esports also getting taken out there thanks to our new team Titan, who've been on a bit of a tear today, DK.
Yes, they are potentially trying to be the Titans right here, but we'll see how that one plays out as they now have that entire southern position to play from. But looking into the zone itself, it's still going to be a very contentious play, at least for the time being, as the teams are trying to get themselves situated, trying to find the ideal angles to move up in towards. But I got to say, the Arab Golden Esports team, they are looking pretty great, right? Smack dab center zone nearly, just on the offside. They've got that extra additional bit of hard cover. Now they can look to reach in towards the other team situated more centered, and now just try and apply the pressure, pick up those trades, and just secure themselves decent points.
Yeah, basically the trio of 1 million and the Arab Golden Esports as well as VST are your 3 teams that have the most central position with the best cover at this point in time. So they are just sitting and containing the rest of the teams trying to get into safety, and they have done such a brilliant job. We're down to 8 teams in a matter of seconds, and it's just going to heat up from here.
Surprisingly, right, the players here from 1 million, the former Cryptics team, they've been able to secure a very consistent position within that more centralized position. As you can see the zone now taking a slight bit of a shift, moving a little bit further north, but still looking absolutely amazing for the squad coming through from 1 million. But now there's going to be a lot of pressure. As you can see, so many teams situated, especially towards that western side. They need to try and find it. And of course, Cacao from the lag here, looking to reach in, trying to create a bit of a passageway, because they are somewhat caught up on that very western side. And I'm not seeing the easiest rotation for them to move forward back into that next phase.
Absolutely no. They have to, unfortunately, fight their way through. They can make a little bit of a risky dash into the zone, but again, they're running into the same problem that Slime 4KT did.
Ooh, and speaking about problems, Mad Knight facing quite a few challenges. As we can see, Storm, the final hopeful there from Slime, also now just trying to sneak their way back into contention here. But they first have to make their way through the players from 1 round. And of course, 1 million situated right alongside each other. And this is quite the challenge, quite the barrier to try and break through. But who knows? Maybe Mad Knight could get exactly that play to work out. As we can see, Wiskola now getting taken out. Escanor getting knocked as well as Marshall's nade reaches right on through. And it's going to be a little bit of that one-on-one action.
1 million versus 1 round, looking to see who's the better, I guess, number 1, I guess, in this case. But either way, the action is going to unfold, especially here for the fight for...
Yes, it is going to be vital. Speaking about moving into the zone, right? Titans creeping up towards the zone. The players there from the side of the App Golden team also going to be holding a steady angle as we can see them up on that mini-map. But it's going to be a super contentious performance coming through, especially looking on towards the western side as we've got everyone out just trying to cram themselves in. It is going to be Mad9 trying to snake their way through the containers.
Looking just for an edge, just a safe pathing through into safety. But at this point in time, Storm, the lone hopeful from Slime4KT, jumps in and he just smells blood. A perfect opportunity to pick up a few eliminations and extra points for his fallen comrades.
Oh, and with that, it is going to be Lag to get eliminated, and Venom strikes through as Slime also now having to pack their bags down to the final 6 teams we go. We've got 2 teams situated towards that eastern edge, and of course the rest of the squad's duking it out over on the west as we can see Chico now getting backed up. It is Lazy Boy to lock it in. 7 eliminations already on board for 1 million, and now they're going to take aim on towards 1 round. Up they come. It's going to be Eflex just trying to hide it out, but up comes to spray the shots as Lazy Boy and the rest of the squad from 1 million closes that gate right on them.
And Mad Knight now hearing the shots, hearing the action unfold, are looking for a piece of the action, but unfortunately it will be a little bit too much for them to chew. And now we look at our final 4 teams to see who's going to be taking that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, this is going to be an absolutely crazy push. 1 million on 10 eliminations. They're going to be looking to break the bank right out of the gates. Oh, but look at the nades though. Sun finds an amazing angle. And now they are on the defense. We can see Teak trying to creep on forward. Arab Golden. Ooh, Ban looking not too great, but Titans also have locked in those double digits. So 2 teams absolutely shining as they step in and just go to town on this lobby. We can see VST still holding strong. Arab Golden trying to lock in that edge of zone, but both Titan and Arab Golden still have to push into the zone.
And as you mentioned, since we've got 2 teams on those 10 eliminations, we might actually have a contender for that bang of a drop that Lusail did in the first season of PMPL Spring. Now looking to contend with that action, with that record. And Titan Gaming, they have just solidified themselves a spot at that record.
Yep, they definitely want a seat at the table as they step up. As we can see, of course, 1 million still rocking a full squad. They are looking absolutely fantastic, but it's not secured just yet. Yes, they have 11 eliminations locked in, but it is going to be VST now taking aim down on towards Titan as Puncher gets hit by a bit of a self-nade there. Marshall will instead get traded on down, and now it is going to be up to Senke as we can see the utilities getting sent across, the shots flying through the smoke, the mollies getting deployed, and the hits just finding their points. We can see, of course, P6 there from Titan off in the distance, just trying to keep themselves in that zone. But look at the sprays come through as Senke sends it out, finds the first, but will he be able to follow through and find even more as there is yet another knock to be had? And there we go, they succeed as we now have Anland getting taken down as well.
Oh, Titan Esports as well, just having to sit on the outskirts of the zone and just watch 1 million tear into absolutely anyone and everyone. I think they might be shaking in their boots to get involved with this sort of contention just yet.
Oh, but it's not over, right? As we can see, they are yet again trying to rumble it up, trying to move on forward. It is going to be VST. Oh, up comes the hits, Titan, and 1 million getting ready to fight it out, but 1 million walk away victorious as they pick up the winner chicken dinner, doing so with their entire squad up in the mix, and an absolute insane performance with regards to eliminations. I mean, that was glorious to witness, and what a way to kick off our very first match on the very first day.
I mean, to have 2 teams already jump above those 10 eliminations on the first map, absolutely. And not only that, but we had Titan, we had VST jumping up into that top 3, already showcasing why they are here in the first place and why they deserve to be here. Very curious to see what those match rankings are going to look like. But for the first map of the day, DK, talk about some action we were treated to.
Oh, I mean, it was absolutely insane to see, right? I gotta say, though, the players there from 1 million, they looked so well, let's call it rehearsed, right? So confident as they moved around. We saw them continuously occupying a very strong position, moving through from phase to phase to phase, and choosing the opportune moments to strike. It actually took a little bit of time before they actually started getting into the aggression, But once they started, it was such a snowball effect, and they just bulldozed their way on through.
Yeah, we've seen this, behavior, the stratagem coming through in the past from 1 million esports, or at least, what they were previously called. And coming through, always that focus on placement, always that focus on being the first team within, at least as center as they can, in the best position they can, and then just sitting, lying in wait, and playing the containment game. Holding the crosshair on the ridgeline, holding their crosshair and waiting for teams to jump into the action and bam, get their heads taken off basically. So building up those eliminations, building up a beautiful foundation to just add the winner chicken dinner on top. They're going to run away with this first match with some beautiful points. And I'm curious to see if that momentum is still going to be running through onto Miramar.
But speaking about momentum, right, we saw a really aggressive start coming through from Slime 4KT as well, right? They went right up to the players there from or rather from Virtual Gaming, and they said, you know what, we're just going to welcome you in. And of course, we are going to be moving into a few of the highlights from the past match, but we are going to be seeing a few of these absolutely amazing plays. And this was unfortunately a very tough start, or a tough play rather, for the players there from Slime as they moved from that northern angle. But I would just want to commend the aggression being shown here, and the teams really making it a very contentious first game.
I also need to give a hands up to Titan Gaming, because they had to fight from the get-go. We knew how many teams that they kept running into, they kept having to fight their way out, making it in the next zone, only to immediately start another fight again, always at some sort of a disadvantage, having to get their players back up, having to push into the other teams because they were constantly on the back foot in terms of position. So because of that, thinking about that in the back of your minds, and just realizing they actually made second place throughout that, regardless, picking up plus 10 eliminations, really commendable performance coming through from them.
Yeah, and of course, just to get a bit of an idea as to how these teams performed, we are going to be taking a quick look at our match rankings to see two of our absolute insane teams situated right there at the top. So let's head on over into our match rankings to see what the point situation is. All right, well, not yet, but we are going to be moving on. As we saw, the players there from 1 million, right? They came in with, if the math serves me correctly, I'm thinking that's about a 17 elimination game, because we saw they had around about 32 points locked in. So, I mean, what a way, right? Already doubling up on the match, on the performance, right? We saw from our first game in the previous season, going 2 points above that. So what a crazy way to get the action started.
Absolutely, DK, and we'll definitely have to think about this when we jump into the break, because I think the level that 1 million has just set, the bar that they've just set, has to now be reached by the rest of the teams. There are 19 other teams that have to look at this and be like, okay, good challenge, we'll take that on in the next map. And hopefully we see those performances coming through.
in us now.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Split for 2022. Absolutely exciting start to our very first match of the day. We did see the players there from 1 million rather, reigning supreme, right? Being in such a substantial start. And of course, what a way. That is the kind of foundational player that you want to bring in. You want to get those points locked in as best you can. And that is only going to result in even more of a contentious play for the remainder of the day.
As you mentioned, you know, the bar has been set and the rest of the teams, they need to step up to the challenge at this point in time. I'm expecting 30 bombs all day. I'm kidding. But I would like to see that happen. Either way, the rest of the teams, they definitely need to try and match the performances that 1 million and Titan Esports brought to the map. And we can take a look at those match rankings and see how exactly that actually unfolded and if your maths was correct.
Yes. Which it was. I mean, my caster math, it works out, right? It works out. 32 points coming in there for 1 million. 17 eliminations getting picked up. Absolutely phenomenal start. Titan Gaming also keeping it very, very tight, right? As we can see, 12 eliminations alongside the placement points, putting them on a grand total of 24. VST also just, trying to kick things off on a good start there as well. 7 eliminations being acquired. All right, I've got to say, right, this is the kind of action we want to see. Even Slime, as we said, showing a lot of aggression, picking up those 5 eliminations. 1 round coming in with 5 there. Blackjack all the way in 8th with 2 eliminations. Not a bad start, is.
No, not at all. And we can take a look at the second page and see who was a little bit more unlucky moving into this first Erangel. So definitely placing a focus there, of course, on VGS, Virtual Gaming, and of course Seoul Esports. As we know, their performances, what they were like in the previous season, but of course it was just the first map, so we can't take too much out of this. But either way, not the start they would have wanted. At least they still have 3 maps left for the rest of the day that they can showcase their skills on. And yeah, it's not crazy. It's not bad. It's the first game. It's okay. So the rest of the teams finding themselves in 11th to 16th. It's fine. You still have 3 more maps. Come back, shake it off, and let's just bring those performances that we know to expect in the next map.
Yeah, it's just trying to get rid of those, rid of from yourself and get back into, your usual kind of game style, your usual kind of play. And what a better map rather to do that on as looking over on towards Miramar. We know that is going to be our next map that we're going to be moving to. Now, what I like about Miramar is the fact that there's going to be a lot of opportunities for those more long-range engagements coming through as the teams have to try and make their way across such a vast map, right? It is, to a certain extent, considered to be the biggest map, right? It is the same size as Erangel if we look at the actual map itself, but the playable area over on Miramar, so much more vast, far less water to really worry about. So it's going to be allowing the teams a lot of opportunities to get themselves situated, and utilizing the terrain could actually allow the teams to sneak up alongside each other and then choosing the opportune moment to strike and just walk away with even more eliminations.
And those long distance engagements that we know to love on Miramar, jumping into your sniper action and bringing in those surprise performances. Yes, you might not always get those confirmations immediately, you might just get that initial knock, but it at least instills a little bit of fear in the surrounding competitors as they try and move into the zone. And as well, it provides the teams that enjoy those high-rise, positions, those longer distance engagements, it provides them the perfect layout to work to their strengths. So hopefully the teams like Desert Flame Esports, a team that we know that thoroughly does enjoy Miramar and generally does perform better on Desert Flame, would be one of the teams that we see performing on Miramar today and bringing their best, performances through. But I'm definitely thinking about Titan Esports. I'm definitely thinking about 1 million as the 2 teams that really jumped up for us in that previous Erangel. I mean, as well as 1 million, those rotations were just spot on every single time. Always the first team within center.
Yeah, well, if we look historically speaking, right, we know moving into Miramar, Blackjack was actually the team to pick up that winner chicken dinner. So there is a little bit of that expectation that has been created for teams now looking to step on forward. But as we know, moving into Miramar, Blackjack is not going to be participating because they're in Group D, and we have the players from Group E joining us this time around. So it could actually be the chance for Desert Flame to do exactly that, as this will be their kickstart to the action. Of course, they are joined by Leaders Esports, Triple Esports, as well as the players coming through from Wave Esports. So the rotations playing out, and it's going to be healthy and exciting to see what the teams will do and how they're going to be utilizing those strategies moving across the map.
I'm especially excited for Leaders Esports as the former Team Umbra. They were also one of the teams that I at least remember having some pretty surprising performances on Miramar, a team that we didn't quite see, picking up something crazy like the winner chicken dinner and 10 plus kills or whatever, but they definitely got close to those points. They definitely got in contention to those top threes at some points in times, and I feel like they can bring that performance again today. Again, they've had plenty of time to go back to the drawing board and to see what exactly did and did not work for them, and to bring in that polished performance coming into today. So the stratagems, I'm just expecting a constant push from these teams. As we know, every single map has to count, and so far, DK, I feel like we've been seeing that the teams have kept that active mentality about them.
Yeah, and I mean, especially looking at the kind of start we had coming through on Erangel, right? The teams just moving out quite well. We're not seeing a lot of kind of clumping and, hard drop action coming through. And that shows that the teams have actually put a lot of thought and a lot of effort into their drop locations. Even though we had such a challenging flight path to start things off with, the team still looked very decent, right? Finding good positions to get their action going. But now as we move in towards Miramar, we need to take a look and see what that flight path is going to bring through once again. And then also take into consideration that the zone moving into Miramar, at least in the first stages, could be somewhat challenging, especially looking at where it moves to with regards to that flight path.
Absolutely, and also the favored positions for some of these teams who might favor a little bit more of the outskirts of the map or center of the map, depending on where that zone is obviously going to go. We saw a little bit of those challenges coming through on Erangel, since we had such an Eastern-focused zone, Eastern-focused flight path. And I'm wondering if the PUBG sort of admins of the world, the gods of the PUBG mobile world, are going to come back and be just as spiteful on Miramar, or if they're going to be a little bit more forgiving and giving and just giving us a general and sweet flight path. I would like that, just as a start for today and the start of PMPL 4.
Well, I think time will reveal all the answers that we are looking for, and I gotta say, I'm hopeful. I want to see some of those long-range insults coming through, and of course, what better way to do it than heading into the game to see exactly what we have to work with regards to the flight path itself. It is going to come in from that northeastern side. Well, that's just based on what we can see on the map at the moment, but we'll see in due course what exactly is happening. Yes, it starts all the way up in towards the northeast. It is heading straight down to Minas del Sur, so very rather centralized flight path coming through. I don't think the teams are going to be too disappointed with where they're able to reach to coming off of this flight path.
No, I feel like you've definitely got a very good amount of opportunity in terms of how you can jump into this first map of Miramar. And I mean, for some of the teams that, do generally do favor those more north, I'd guess, western sides of the zone, they definitely still have the opportunity to get there, just an immediate jump into a vehicle and hightail it up there. And I mean, in terms of what we've seen so far, DK, who, other than 1 million and other than Titan, because we've spoken a lot about them already, what are some of the other teams that you're sort of keeping an eye out for as just the immediate sort of shining stars?
Oh, immediate shining stars. That's a challenging one, right? Teams that we know from past seasons being quite capable is going to be like Leaders Esports, right? They've been showing themselves before, but I'm also quite excited to see what the new faces are going to be doing. Right, that's where my emphasis is going to be lying on, at least for the first day. I want to see what surprises they have in the bag for us. Already, we saw that absolutely aggressive performance coming through from Titan Gaming over on Erangel, and I want to see who else are going to be stepping up, right? Could we see a little bit of that come through from VST? Could we see the players there from Wave? Could we see Lag? Also, looking to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, I also feel like I want to see a little bit more from Seoul Esports. I mean, as they were the respective second place, team from that previous PMPL season. Unfortunately, they did get taken out a little bit sooner. I want to see a bit more from them coming through in this map at least. And they also performed phenomenally in the EMEA champs. So definitely placing quite a big focus on them as well as you mentioned, Leaders Esports. But we'll have to just wait and see who's going to be the first team, I guess, ready for this long-range encounter, for this long-range battle that is Miramar. Already the team's just still spreading out, as we know that flight path was a little bit more towards that southeastern side. So a little bit of travel is necessary in these cases.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble, but I mean, definitely a very comfortable zone. It does seem to be quite complimentary, and I'm liking the way that the games are starting, right? At least the get-go, because it's not providing too much of a challenge, at least with positional work for these teams to get themselves situated. But what I'm liking, though, is the fact that Triple Esports are looking to maybe go show a little bit of love over on towards Gaga there, as we can see them just trying to utilize that, the footsteps muting move, right? The air punch. Just to
Sneaky.
try and sneak around, because I'm pretty sure that they are well aware of the presence coming in, and with that, all will be revealed as the shots start to fly.
Oh, Gaga does have a little bit of a tough situation here. The rest of the team not quite in the position, but so far, I mean, at least one down. Now the rest of the cavalry has to come through, and it does mean that Triple Esports are a little bit stretched for time, and maybe the rest of Lag Esports can jump in on the action. Not too sure if it would be necessarily too worth it, because they have to make quite the trip from Monte Nuevo if they did want to get involved. Yeah, I guess the 3-1 split just did take a little bit of an extreme turn in this case for Lag.
Yeah, I mean, we could see Gaga entirely isolated. The rest of the squad instead are focusing their efforts way more towards that kind of El Pozo region. So not quite sure what the play is going to be here for Gaga and whether or not they're going to be able to survive this. But this is not the kind of start that you want, right? Such a wide spread, such a wide split coming through. Maybe there was something else in play here.
Yeah, maybe there was just a miscommunication or something went through. But either way, hopefully Gaga will be able to get out. I mean, they did manage to make quite a little bit of a splash, already taking down one and then running away, hopefully in safety. And so far, it's looking good. I'm not going to say anything else because I don't want any cursing to happen just yet. But for the rest of the teams, rotations are looking pretty good so far. Zero tolerance. I would be a little bit worried of them making that rotation straight into zone, because they'd have to jump through, super young stars who also want to just jump up a little bit better from their previous performance. I don't know, how did you feel about Super Young Stars' performance in that Erangel match?
I mean, it was a little bit unfortunate, right? They got taken out so early on. In fact, they were the first team to get taken out. And to add on to that, as we saw also, not a single elimination was had by them. So, I mean, all right, it's the beginning. It was the first match. Fine, leave it there, but bring it in. Right, we want to see them now step up and shine. This is got to be a quick reset, right? We haven't seen a Miramar just yet, so this is going to be the opportunity for teams to try and kind of patch up what could have been missing over on the very first game.
Yeah, and just jumping into that immediate battle there with VGS again, like kudos to them for staying in as long as they did and for managing to survive, because VGS just had that advantage from the get-go and were looking for those eliminations from the get-go, and they managed to at least give somewhat of an answer back, even taking a few of the members down to get the knocks coming through. It's just those final few moments didn't quite translate into the direction they would have wanted to take it. And now they're running a little bit of that split, with some still in zone towards Al-Azhar, and then the rest, close to zero tolerance, they're over towards Camp Latar. So I don't know what's going to happen there for Super Young Stars. We'll have to wait and see and just keep our eyes out on that. VGS, of course, I think they also want a little bit more from this Miramar, because they picked up those 5 eliminations. They were good with those engagements. Those placement ones just didn't quite translate.
Yeah, it didn't exactly translate into all that much just yet. But one thing that I am noticing at this current point in time, right, is a little bit of a different strategy coming through across the board, right? We do have the players from Titan situated all the way down towards that far southwestern side. If we're looking to try and find any of the players elsewhere, again, you see a little bit more of a calculated approach. The team's not going to be rushing forward all too aggressively. We do, however, see the players here from Leaders Esports, right? They are trying to get themselves situated in a little bit more of an elevated angle, and that is kind of to be expected looking at Miramar.
Yeah.
So the sooner you can get that vantage point locked in, the more opportunities you will have to secure eliminations.
Absolutely, and of course, Leaders Esports, they are relatively close here to the players of Mad Knights, as you can see rolling up in. And yeah, the question is, of course, when is those engagements going to come through? Obviously, both of these teams well situated within the zone, quite happy in terms of the cover that they have available to them, and of course, their positioning is just fantastic. It's, I mean, as close to center as you can get without going head to head with Wave Esports for the time being. So I think they'd be pretty happy with this, considering, I mean, if they had the information we did, which is just the Skittles pack on the minimap at this point, rotating into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, Skittles, I love me some Skittles. It's always a nice thing to have, but I'm pretty sure the teams themselves don't necessarily approve too much of those Skittles packs coming in, as it is for a super challenging play within that phase. But it is Miramar, so there's still a lot of space, a lot of opportunities for the teams to try and get themselves situated, move on through, and see what they can make of these current angles. But of course, there is a little bit of that quiet before the storm coming in as well. Meanwhile, the players there from the Super Young Stars are going to be taking aim over onto a zero tolerance as Vortex's vehicle gets exploded. But I'm curious to see what Skydo is going to be doing, right? We know Skydo is an absolute cracked individual. And I want to see Skydo now, just play to their full potential.
Absolutely, and what's curious about this engagement from Super Young Stars is that they're running a 2-2 split, with the other two that's not involved in this engagement, the zero tolerance. They're all the way in the zone, now potentially looking at a bit of a rotation back should, the rest of their comrades take this further with zero tolerance. But of course, that blue zone moving in, the scouts that went on through to the zone surely should have that pathing in mind for them. So hopefully Super Young Stars will get a move on, because I do also see a little bit of that scouting action happening for zero tolerance. So I don't want to scout v scout, battle, and then that last little bit of a dash into the zone, and then you bang into another engagement. Hopefully, the focus on rotations will be here.
Yeah, and we'll see how all of that plays out. I mean, either way, someone's going to be on the lookout for something, right? And hopefully we'll get into the action once that pans out. But it is going to be the teams now just continuing to reposition themselves. We can see Wave now trying to get themselves situated in and towards that center zone. Meanwhile, there is that contention. That congestion also coming through towards the southern edge. We got Darkness, we got Virtual, we got Leaders, all there situated alongside the players coming through from Mad Knight. So I'm expecting a little bit of chaos to happen on towards the southern edge, as the teams are so close together. But everyone is quite eager to try and lock in as many of these eliminations as they can find.
Absolutely, and I mean, those central positions will definitely help them to catapult themselves forward. And again, you were talking about those southern, sides of the zone looking a little bit chaotic. I mean, especially when you consider the Titan still has to make their rotation in, VST still have to make their rotation in, same with Lag and Slime for KT. And so all of that is going to culminate into some crazy action. In the meanwhile, just for the viewers at home, we did see Super Young Stars and Zero Tolerance. They did disengage from each other, so we shouldn't be seeing any craziness in terms of those two names dropping off from the board just yet. And in the meanwhile, we sit and wait for that chaos to now build, DK. As we know, that central positions of the zone, it's quite packed, but so early into this map.
Yeah, and of course, we are still in our first phase, about to see where that second phase shift is going to be taking us. As we can see, quite a few teams still being positioned on those outlying regions. We got Slime, we got Lag, we got the players there from Titans, yet to find their footing moving through. But the Super Young Stars just being zone blessed there, as they just gain entry into zone, and they're already in the next phase. So I think they are actually finding themselves in a very favorable kind of setup all the way up in towards Al Azahar. But as we look further down south, it is looking quite contentious towards Los Leones, La Pendita, and even that kind of San Martin power grid region.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the western to southern parts of the zone. It's traffic jam, all right? It is literally just peak traffic time, trying to get into the zone, trying to get into some good hard cover as they're moving in closer and closer to the center of this newly northeastern side of the zone. Again, Lag, as you mentioned, they were one of the teams that still had to make their rotation in, and well, now they're making a double rotation into the new zone. So quite a bit of a trip for them, as well as Slime for KT and Titan, who still all three teams still outside end zone. So I guess a little bit more of a cautious approach from them. We saw Titan also sticking to the outskirts on Erangel. So do you think that's what they're going to carry through here on Miramar as well?
I mean, there could be benefits to that kind of delayed rotation, right? Coming in at the back end of the blue zone. You could, of course, be looking to pick up a few of the stragglers along the way, but it is going to be a very risky approach as you don't have too much information as to the whereabouts of the teams up ahead of you. But that could also take a bit of a different swing if we look in towards the zone itself, with the teams now trying to get themselves situated, moving in. But I'm going to be looking to the players here from Wave and Soul to see what they're going to be doing. As we saw already, they were situated smack dab center zone, having somewhat of a favorable position, but now they've got to utilize and capitalize on those positions.
I mean, exactly that. You know, we saw that just going to absolute perfection for 1 million on Erangel. I mean, that's why they found themselves with that 32 points a game in the first place. So now the focus is on Wave and Soul to replicate that sort of performance. You're finding yourself in that central position. You're in the perfect spot to literally just watch out on the horizon, maybe pick off a few teams as they try and make their rotation in, because you more than likely are going to be, you know, close to that next rotation into the next phase of the zone. So hopefully that sort of alleviates the pressure on those two teams and they can focus on getting their best sort of points, their best foundation in terms of eliminations, moving on through into the next phase.
Yeah, but I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through for teams like Zero Tolerance, Super Young Stars, even the players from Darkness. As we know, first match was not the most successful play for them. So they really need to try and bring that all together as they now look to get themselves positioned. And looking already at Zero Tolerance, right? They've got this far eastern edge hold that they have, but there's no one in the vicinity. So they are quite fortunate at this point as where they have the ability to just kind of see where this next phase is going to be going. And hopefully they can come in with a little bit more of a tactful approach to get themselves in contention once again.
I am still very, very stressed for Lag Esports, who are just trailing behind Slime 4KT. And I mean, right below them, we have the team of Arab Golden Esports as well. So they might find themselves in a little bit of a sandwich depending on where they choose to enter the zone. I feel like they're going a little bit more north, just past water treatment. So hopefully they find that spacing just between those two teams and can find themselves a decent pathing through. Otherwise, you know, sandwiches in PUBG Mobile, they don't always end in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Miramar, the sandwiches can be a little bit sandy, and I'm not a big fan of, you know,
Oh,
sand
you
in
don't
my
like sandy
sandwich.
sandwiches? Oh, why
No,
not?
no. I mean, it makes a weird sound, right? The
It's
crashing noises.
okay, fair. No, fair. We can't have weird sounds while we're eating sandwiches. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, fair. I
it
don't think
just
Lag
doesn't
wants
work.
that either. So hopefully they'll take a little bit of a better pathing through. I mean, even if they take that direct through to center, they might be going straight past the care package. So, you know, there's opportunities to avoiding sandy sandwiches, as DK says.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to be selective with, you know, how you choose to eat those. But as we were pointing out, these teams that still need to try and kind of, you know, bring that performance through. There's going to be Lag now being put to the test. We can see them rotating up alongside Slime, and I think Slime is going to be quite a team to watch here, right? Showing a lot of aggression coming through on Erangel. At this point, holding on to that elevated positions. We can see them now just trying to kind of fortify the angle they have, pushing those vehicles up in reception as well. And this could be Lag now really being challenged. Looking to see if they can actually defend these compounds.
I do really love this aggressive approach from Slime 4KT. Yes, it's not always the best approach because it can sometimes bite you in the back, but the fact is, if Slime 4KT can take out Lag, they've basically nearly just completely reserved this northern part or this northern sort of western part of the zone all to themselves and provide themselves some extra space moving into the next phase. And of course, just eliminations in the back pocket as well. So hopefully they might make some sort of opportunities come their way. The rest of the teams, of course, all safely within the zone. And that zone, though.
Yeah, I mean, speak of it, and there we see it. It is going to be Soul and the players from Super Young Stars still being beautifully blessed with their positions. Zero Tolerance not having to do so much work. Instead, they can just creep themselves a little bit closer. But I am currently looking at that southern angle, right? We've got Wave, we've got the players from Leaders, we've got Triple, we've got Mad Knight, we've got Darkness. All of them now just having to squeeze past and fight it out to get themselves in yet another favorable angle. But Lag are going to be jumping at the opportunity to come in with a few trades onto the players there from one round. As we can see Chico now getting knocked on down.
Oh, some beautiful long distance engagements. And I mean, this is exactly what we were alluding to. Just those opportunities to pick apart your surrounding competitors as they try and move into the zone. Of course, Lag had that initial step in. They were a little bit closer, just a little bit faster than one round. And now it is recovery time here. They have to. Never mind. They're not getting to go back. Nope.
No. Now that one is signed, sealed, delivered, and well, that's it, right? And it's going to be up to the rest of the players here, Eflex and Escanor, now to see if they can find a good place to call home, at least for now, while they wait for that next phase shift to come on through. Meanwhile, Slime, they're not going to be wasting any time as they now show even more aggression, moving forward, taking aim at the players here from the super young stars. And this could be the play now to see whether or not Slime has kind of changed up their play style moving through into this season of PMPL.
It's also the fight for the northern side of the zone. Whoever wins this gets the entire northern part, the entirety of Al Azhar, whatever is left in the zone, all to themselves. So either side will definitely benefit from winning this engagement.
Yep, they definitely will, as we did see the players there from leaders having a bit of a tough run. But speaking of those tough runs, it is going to be the super young stars now who need to try and fend off the advances as Slime steps on in and just wipes them off of the face of Miramar. That DBS action coming in absolutely devastating. But with that, we are down to 14 teams, and still the situation is not looking any better as we move down south. It's going to be the players here from Triple Esports now trying to keep it up a bit of a defensive position onto Desert Flame. But we did see that knock finding good plays. And now Buden, the final hope for left, has to try and figure out how they're going to just survive for the remainder of Miramar.
Oh, it's sad that this is our first sort of, interaction into Desert Flame Esports, especially because I've been waiting for their, appearance on Miramar specifically. So unfortunately, Buden will have to play the placement game as 6God will now be confirmed out for the count. Potentially a little bit of a cheeky knock there onto one of the remaining hopefuls there of Triple Esports. Oh, no. Immediate turnaround there from Vive. It's a beautiful trade and just in the nick of time to get that res coming through as well. So we turn our attention swiftly to Lag and Virtual Gaming, who are fighting once again for supremacy here of the western side of the zone.
Yeah, they are definitely fighting, but we still have the players from VST just held up behind them. So you want to talk about a bit of a pincer, a bit of a tough position to be in. That is exactly what we see planning out here. But it does seem like Lag have they came in here with a plan to just keep it as competitive as they can find us. We can see a nice exchange of utilities going all over the place.
Ooh.
But that absolute barrage of utility coming through from Virtual will be enough for the team of Lag to get now sent back to the lobby. VSC maybe going to be coming in with a bit of a third-party angle here.
I would imagine that they would have been able to hear those shots raining on through in the rifts of the mountains here. So jumping into a quick third party might just beautifully set them up here for the next phase, of course, as they currently sit with 2 eliminations already in the back pockets here. Definitely happy to take another 4 in the form of Virtual Gaming. And for Virtual Gaming, I mean, they're still riling from that previous engagement, right? They're still trying to loot up and get themselves set up.
Yeah, they need to try and recover as quickly as they can manage it, but it is going to be a very, very difficult push as the zone keeps on moving, and let's see what it brings.
Absolutely. And as we take a look here at VST Gaming already doing those initial just pot shots into the sides of Virtual Gaming, trying to put pressure on them as they're trying to get themselves looted up, making sure that they do not have a moment's rest. Already one knock being confirmed, and that's not going to be the initial trigger for VST to push all the way on through. For now, they are still looking for that final opportunity, maybe another knock, but they definitely need to wrap this up as soon as possible because, of course, that zone has already shifted, and there are only a couple of seconds until we do see that blue juice coming on through in the 4th phase, and it might be a bit of a tough challenge here for them to navigate.
Yeah, I mean, blue juice you have to take in with quite a bit of moderation, right? Too much of it is definitely not a good thing to experience. But as we quickly look on towards the place here from VST, we can see them now trying to pick up those sprays on towards Virtual. But it is going to be the terrain now coming to the save as the players from Virtual just sneak their way on through, looking to focus their efforts on those positional plays. But they have quite a few obstructions up ahead, as we can see Wave and Soul just ahead of them. So this could be quite the difficult play to make.
I would just hope that in the situation, Virtual Gaming is going to take this a little bit slower. As you said, quite a lot of teams to navigate moving into the zone, especially in that southwestern part of the zone. I mean, we've got, as you mentioned, Seoul, we've got Wave Esports now, the debut that we've been waiting for, and unfortunately it starts with that initial knock already, and it doesn't look like Triple Esports is stopping anytime soon.
Oh no, they aren't going to stop. They're just going to instead rush straight to the challenge. Up alongside the players here from Wave, and this is the kind of assaults we want to see as the teams are looking to shake it up. We know the players here from Triple still having to prove themselves, as this is going to be their first opportunity to come through and acquire those points, but it is going to be the players from Wave now keeping up the pressure. Up they come. It is going to be a three-way engagement. Up comes Virtual, trying to clutch it out with those third parties, and they find quite a few eliminations along the way already, pushing themselves up to 6 in total.
Oh my goodness, Virtual Gaming being the complete, almost complete cleaning squad here as they nearly take out the entirety of Triple Esports. Unfortunately, straight into the crosshairs here of Seoul Esports, who were set up into the zone a little bit sooner rather than later. So that will mean that they get taken out. Just fortunate for them into that rotation.
Well, I mean, that is quite the shake-up. Seoul just playing the position absolutely phenomenally. And then as we move down to the southern edge, we can see the players here from Mad Knight and Titan getting ready to kind of duke it out. But Titan actually in a good position here. I'm surprised that they've not decided to disengage and rotate all the way on forward, right? They've got such a comfortable rotational path to sneak through and just utilize the terrain. But instead, they're looking to apply the pressure on towards players here from Mad Knight.
Ooh, just a little nade action. You know, we love a little bit of nade action up in here. And already Mad Knight going to be taking one loss because I don't really think they can afford to rotate back and get the res. No, they can't, not especially with that second nade coming through. So they will be going down with 2 eliminations. And now hopefully here for Titan Esports, they can push on through with this advantage. It's just Seoul Esports that might lie up ahead that could be a potential obstacle to getting into safety.
Yeah, it could be quite a bit of an obstacle if we're looking at this. And I mean, we got Reef now just trying to survive the blue. This is going to be a very, very, well, detrimental position to find yourself in, as I don't really think that they've prepped for a bit of a blue zone strat to come in here. But as we look back over onto the players here from Seoul Esports, right, they're just going to be moving to get themselves situated over onto the edge of zone, potentially looking for a bit of a gatekeeper. But it's going to be P6 from Titan now to come flying on forward. Rauf quick on the trigger. And maybe they could be finding a few more, but I'm liking this kind of rush coming through from Titan. Definitely respecting the vehicle rule, not opting all of their players into one single vehicle. Instead, they are going to be moving up in multiple, and that makes it so much more challenging to actually hit them.
Absolutely, and also just this immediate dash into the zone does mean they alleviate some of the pressure that Seoul Esports could have potentially, applied towards it, because they were still trying to just recover from that previous engagement. And now look at this, Titan Esports in a potential position to not only gatekeep Seoul Esports, but also the surrounding teams such as Zero Tolerance and potentially even Slime for KT. But that zone is unfortunately not going to make it easy for them.
Yeah, we do see the players here from Zero Tolerance coming in behind, but it is going to be Titans to get caught down in the ditch as the shots continue to fly from all directions. Not quite sure how the Titans will get themselves out of this one, but Seoul also needs to be super cautious here because all the shots they are firing is going to be drawing the attention through there from Slime and the squad coming through from Zero Tolerance. But it does seem like Skydo is taking aim, trying to apply the pressure in towards Slime, as Seoul focuses their efforts still down on towards the Titans. We are seeing several players now getting hit across the board, but it's still not locked in. Titans just utilizing the terrain. It is going to be Skydo off in the distance now trying to sneak into the zone, but it doesn't fare well for them as they do get eliminated, and that is going to be the end for their push right here on Miramar. Titan still in contention, already 7 eliminations strong. They're going to be looking to capitalize on even more.
And with that elimination of Zero Tolerance, they must be having just a breath of relief at this point in time, because that takes some of the pressure off that they were feeling from behind. And now they can solely focus on Seoul Esports here, potentially take them out and move on into the zone, at least set up with a few more eliminations.
See what you did right there, and it's going to be the players now from Titan to have their own opportunity, as it is going to be Omar to come rushing on forward. Fortunately, this body bus just doing some things for them there, but it's going to be Plaza all the way from Slime reaching across the ridge line and just locking in that knock. But look at VST here, as they still have all their players up. Such a phenomenal position to be holding, And I wouldn't be surprised if they were just raining down carnage on the rest of the teams now rotating up into zone.
I would absolutely put my money on VST right now. They just need to hold on to this push from Titan and ensure that they don't take the real estate away from them. Seoul Esports as well, now being confirmed out. This is exactly what Titan needed moving forward into the zone. And the rest of the teams, once again, another push into the zone, as these zone shifts have just been absolutely cataclysmic here for the teams, making rotations, trying to set themselves up early.
Yeah, cataclysms and cavities, right? That's what we want to see at this point, as it is going to be Teak from Titan sending out a few of those nades. It's going to be a risky play because Teak is the final hopeful for their squad, not positioned within the zone, but it is going to be Fivo now keeping up the pressure, trying to prevent them from finding a rotation into this next phase. But it does really seem like VST has got this one locked in. But I wouldn't discount the players there from Slime at this point in time just yet. We can still see quite a crazy performance coming through from Pronto and Plaza. And now we just need to see how this one plays out, right? Slime already blessed within that zone. And VST now needs to get themselves situated.
And I feel like Teak is the prime opportunity here for Slime 4KT. They can make a pretty big difference into how Slime 4KT have to handle VST here. Even just getting one knock from Teak at this point in time can put Slime 4KT on equal boundaries when they take that engagement against VST. And for now, it does look like VST is solely focusing on Teak here to try and make sure that they get that third team out of the map to just focus on Slime 4KT.
But you got to do your due diligence at this point. You can see that is exactly what Slime is doing, right? They've got themselves just perched on the edge of zone, a little bit of an elevated position. They are just keeping their eyes absolutely peeled, but it's going to be Teak now to find that knockdown on towards Teak as the rushes, or rather Teak, yeah, I said Teak finding the knock on Teak. That was Fever rather, but there comes the confirmation. It is an additional elimination locked in, and now VST trying to make that quick shuffle, but they are rotating right into the clutches here of Slime 4KT as Plaza comes strafing around the corner, looking to clear out the ridge line. The knock already coming into Pronto, and it all now rides. We get to see whether or not Plaza can find success, and they do succeed, getting the knock and eliminating VST. But Teak now going to come rushing in, looking to capitalize on the carnage. Will he be able to get it locked in? Yes, they succeed, and it's going to be Titan to not get a second place this time, but instead picking up a winner chicken dinner. If you want to talk about improvement, that is what we just saw.
Listen, I at least put Teak up to the point where, okay, it can be quite a bit of a distraction to VST. I did not expect this kind of turnaround here from Titan Gaming. I mean, all that I can say in gaming right now is they are the true survivors. I mean, after that Erangel performance, they had to fight tooth and nail to get to this point. And again, at this point, Titan had to fight tooth and nail to get to this point, but they got to the winner chicken dinner in the end.
Oh, and they did so in beautiful fashion, locking in those 13 eliminations alongside the winner chicken dinner. So really, Titans showing quite a great amount of consistency, right? We know coming off of the first match, they were able to secure, I believe that was, yes, 12 eliminations. And now stepping into this one, locking in 13. So that puts them on 25 eliminations regardless of the placement points. So if this is the kind of consistency we can see from teams coming through, I think this is going to be a super challenging PMPL.
What a way to make your debut. So absolutely hats off there to Titan Gaming. We were wondering, we were asking the questions, and I feel like we are starting to get some of those answers. But again, Slime 4KT making it to that top 3, position there. I felt like they were in a pretty good position as well as VST once again in the top 3. So overall, some good consistency coming through, especially from the new names that we're talking about here. And I'm just so curious to see how those overall rankings are going to switch as we move on to the rest of the day, because of course we know that was a Miramar, that was a more composed, a larger map, but there's going to be a Sanhok next.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a Sanhok next. But I also want to say what a great show of consistency that was coming through from the players of Slime, right? Proving to be quite a formidable team moving on forward. So well done. Absolutely glorious, glorious play. Even though they weren't able to lock in that winner chicken dinner, but what a rush that was indeed.
Absolutely. And DK, there is one thing that we do need to talk about. It is those wonderful, wonderful sponsors that help us make the show a possibility.
Yes, of course, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. So much love going out to them. So be sure to show a little bit of love to Monster. Go buy a few if you need some. But of course, we have seen our own version of Monsters coming through this game. And so far, the only name that comes up for me with that is Titan, right? They are proving to be quite a formidable force. So I'm excited to see what they are going to be bringing through as we move into the remainder of our games here today. But also, as we get closer to our next match, we know that yet another group is going to be sitting out. And at least at this point, every team has had the opportunity to go about the lobby, just to step in and acquire a few of those points.
Yeah, to get their feet wet, just to get an initial idea, maybe get the first initial nerves or jitters out. So the performances going into the rest of the day hopefully will be a little bit more consistent, and we should see the teams really putting on some of their best foot forwards as we move on into the rest of the maps. But we can take a look at those match rankings to once again just remind us as to how this Miramar actually turned out. And thankfully someone else does the math, because I would not want to.
Well, as we see, right, we don't have to do too much math, as it's already done for us right there. The Titans locking in those 13 eliminations alongside the winner chicken, and putting them on a very well-deserved 28 points. But of course, Slime 4KT coming up with quite a contentious push, right? Landing those 9 eliminations alongside their total. So already we know in the first match, Slime started off with 21. So again, the consistency being shown here as the teams come in time after time. Looking at the second page, it was a little bit of a shaky play though, coming through for Zero Tolerance, Mad Knight, TEAMLAG. Yes, each of those teams were able to secure themselves at least 2 eliminations. But moving further down, Darkness, Arab Golden, Desert Flame, Leaders, very, very tough start over on Miramar. And of course, they have still a few more matches to go to try and improve those outcomes.
Like I said, for some of those teams, it was the first time that they actually stepped onto the stage today. So they were getting rid of the initial jitters, and we can take a look at those highlights just to remind ourselves of some of the incredible plays. Once again, want to highlight, this position that both Titan and Virtual Gaming kept finding themselves into, trying to fight tooth and nail to get into those final zones. I mean, picking up some beautiful eliminations as we see from these crazy nades coming through, but it was an absolute onslaught for them just to get into the zone. So my question is, are they still going to run with that sort of boundary rotation, just keeping to the outskirts in the next map, or might they actually take a little bit more of a focus into those center positions?
I mean, there's definitely a benefit of playing that kind of clean-up crew, right? We did see that resulting in quite a few eliminations, just working out favorably for the Titans. So I don't think it's too bad of a strategy for them to utilize, but we want to see a little bit more of the skills being played out, right? Titans so far, they are quite a force to be reckoned with, but we want to see teams like Arab Golden, we want to see the players there from Desert Flame step up and show us what they've got, because I mean, this is not the kind of Miramar turnout that we are expecting to see from a team like Desert Flame.
No, absolutely. For me, at least, Miramar is synonymous with Desert Flame. I don't think of any other team when I think about Miramar other than 1 million esports, so it's a bit weird to not see that performance coming through from them. We obviously didn't get to tune into much action from them. We just saw those final few moments. So not sure what happened, but hopefully they will sort of polish it out and make sure that they are ready for the next map.
Yeah, and of course, speaking of the next map, next up is going to be Sanhok, so some pretty sweaty jungle action to join us on the screen right after the break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys back in a short few minutes.
don't have forever. Maybe I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall Split for the 2022 season. Some absolutely exciting already happening across the board. We did see a glorious victory coming through from the players of gaming, picking up 13 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner. But also Slimefork AT taking that second place, coming through with 9 eliminations. Definitely seeing a lot of aggression coming through from Slime so far today, is.
Absolutely. They haven't shied away from those engagements, and they haven't shied away from picking up eliminations wherever they can find them, which in some cases has really worked for them, and in some cases has sort of delayed their push into the zone. But either way, they're picking up some very much needed points.
Yeah, definitely picking up those much needed points. And then, of course, next up, we are going to be moving straight over into Sanhok for a little bit of that close quarter engagement and some pretty aggressive altercations potentially to come on through. Based on what we've seen coming through from the teams in these first 2 matches, I'm expecting quite a bit of action over on Sanhok. But as we know, right, the teams moving into Sanhok, they have this ability to kind of slow it down. A map that you would think would go by in the blink of an eye actually gets extended quite a bit, and the teams are really utilizing that terrain. So I'm curious to see how Sanhok plays out this time around as the teams step up and get ready for even more action. But also, we do have the players from Group C that are going to be sitting out in our 3rd match. So that's going to be bringing in quite a few bits of excitement as we now head straight down into the game itself.
Absolutely, and very curious to see how these teams are going to handle this beautiful central flight path. I mean, they do not need to worry about rotations whatsoever in any case, because it's Sanhok. It's so easy. It's okay. But very curious to see how the teams are going to be reacting to, obviously, the switch-ups. So we're not going to be seeing Slimefork AT, Arab, Mad Knight, and Darkness, etc. making any sort of changes on Sanhok. If they don't like it, they don't need to worry about it today. For the rest of the teams, however, DK, what are some teams that you feel like are synonymous with Sanhok?
Ooh, I definitely expect 1 million, right, to come through with another crazy play here. But aside from 1 million, I would maybe go with the players from Blackjack, right? We're yet to see them. We're yet to see that insane that insane crazy play come through from Blackjack. As we know, Blackjack, they've only been able to find a few points here and there, but it is going to be no time for that as we jump straight into the action. It is going to be none other than the players here from VST, just laying it on super thick, picking up some really early engagements at the expense of players here from Legends of War.
Yo, at Leno just jumping in with that first elimination, and then they double up to the 2, and our VST on the hunt for a bit more as they look for the remainders of these teams. And already a few close encounters in terms of the drops that we're looking at on the map, so teams definitely a little bit closer than they would have liked. So We'll have to see how they turn this around and hopefully just give themselves the required space to loot up and prepare for the rest of this map. And I'd have to agree with you. I'm definitely keeping an eye out there for Blackjack Esports. I feel like the last time I saw Blackjack on Sanhok, they had this phenomenal, just method of containing so many teams around them, especially towards those bridged areas, and just picking up elimination after elimination. Definitely good with that aggression. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that today.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have a very favorable drop location, especially looking at where they are situated, at least at this point in time, all the way towards Camp Alpha. They are the only team situated on that northwestern island, so it's going to allow them quite a few opportunities. But speaking about opportunities, VST also having some nice tranquil positions to play out up in towards Painan. I do think that's going to change a little bit later on as the teams have got pulling into this region. And we know Painan pretty much being that transitional point between the east and the western side of the zone.
Yeah, and what I'm also very curious to see is how, teams that are towards more of the outskirts, such as, your 1 millions, especially your Titan esports, are going to be moving into that zone and how they're going to be managing those expectations from the rest of the teams as well, who might also take a little bit of a later rotation since they are so close in any case. Again, just to bring up Titan esports, all I can say about them is that they are just some of the sturdiest teams I've ever seen in my life, because they just do not go down without an absolutely crazy fight. Time and time again, we see them fighting tooth and nail to get into a good position. And not only do they somehow manage to do that, picking up crazy eliminations on the way, but in the last map, they picked up the winner chicken dinner for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sincerely rather, wow, English, please, DK. I'm sincerely hoping for the rest of the lobby that the Titans are not like Thanos, right? But it seems so far like they've come in and they've got a little bit of a snap in in their approach, as they are quite aggressive to look at, and we know that Thanos eventually got overthrown, but let's see how it goes and how that works out for the Titans. Of course, speaking about overthrowing people, it is going to be the players there from Leaders Esports now feeling the pressure, as we did have the players here from Virtual Gaming stepping up. We are also yet to see that absolutely blown away performance coming through from Virtual Gaming. So far, they seem to be a little bit more on the reserved side, right? Not playing as crazy as we know them, but maybe they could be keeping a few things back. Just trying to surprise us a little bit later on.
The names, Carryboy, Morteza, Shadowin, these are names that are synonymous with us just freaking out in casts because they do such beautiful things. And we've known them to have that sort of synergy to carry that performance through. So, yes, we haven't quite seen that start that we would expect from them, but hopefully, in the Sanhok or in the next couple of maps, teams such as Leaders, teams such as even Super Young Stars can have that improvement on their performance. We already saw Super Young Stars picking up those 2 eliminations, which is already 2 more points than what they got in the first Erangel. So whether you want to, or however you want to take a look at it, that is an improvement, and that is progress that we want to see for the rest of these teams as they ship up on this first day. We know first day can be a little bit crazy. It's a little bit scary. We jump into the jitters. Your casters can't always English, and things go a little bit crazy. But as we progress through this first phase, I would hope that they polish out those little nitty gritty things that are limiting them from going further in this map.
Yes, and I hope they do deliciously so, right? That's what I'm going to be hoping for. Yes, and of course we do have our live leaderboard right at the top of the screen. If you are at any point wondering where your favorite team is situated, we can see the standings right there. And I mean, this is going to be an important match, especially for Desert Flame and Leaders, right? Both these teams, we can see at the top, currently sitting on nothing. They don't have a single point to their name, which is a little bit odd. But this is going to be the opportunity to try and make up for that, right? Sanhok is a map that lends itself to aggression and the ability for teams to get overly aggressive just because they feel like it. Or also because the strategy allows for that. But, let's go with it because they feel like it. So I'm going to be looking to especially the players from Desert Flame and Leaders. Looking to see what they're going to bring to the battlefield, right? Because this is going to be their chance to capitalize on an extra bit of aggression. And they kind of need it at this point in time. Legends of War and Team Myth also not in the most favorable position, as we did see Leaders of War already being reduced down to 2 players in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, I mean that initial engagement immediately with VST, who has been for the better part just so consistent in getting into that top three. It's not a team you immediately want to start a fight with, especially on a map such as Sanhok, which is synonymous with third parties. You need your numbers as you move along just to manage all of the craziness that just tends to find you on such a small map such as Sanhok. I mean, for Desert Flame Esports, they find themselves in a very center position, but next to who other than VST Gaming. So it's going to be an interesting battle for them to manage those teams around them. And of course, we've got Myth on the high rise moving on into their territory as well. So quite a few challenges already starting to line themselves up here. Unfortunately, not in favor of Desert Flame Esports. And yeah, it's definitely going to be putting the pressure on them to, perform. But I mean, something at this point is better than nothing, right? So just get yourselves on the scoreboard. Just get something to go for that momentum for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about Myth, they're also one of the teams finding themselves in a little bit of a less than favorable position, right? Currently situated all the way in 17th, as we can see at the top of the screen. So any opportunities they can find at this point is going to be absolutely crucial. But we can say the same thing for the Desert Flame team, just down below. But I'm also curious to see what's going to come through from Wave. Wave sitting just towards the western side. And they've actually been able to secure already 5 eliminations. So they prove to be quite proficient when it comes to aggression. But now we got to see the survivability, the longevity come through from the Wave team as well.
Yeah, we can run with your Thanos joke and just talk about the balance that these teams have to work with here.
Mm.
Those placements, those eliminations, and Titan has been the team, and as well as 1 million, the team to basically take that performance from. Right? I mean, Titan actually that logo does kind of look like a Thanos helmet now that I'm looking at it. So yeah, that's a pretty good metaphor. But we'll take a look at the rest of the teams as they move that along. Blackjack Esports, another team we highlighted, still alone towards that Camp Alpha region. They haven't had any sort of intruders other than potentially 1 million, who seem to be slinking along their way towards Camp Alpha.
Yeah, but I think it's a good approach for Blackjack, right? It gives them an opportunity to really play out their strategies. What's quite surprising, though, is to see Zane still held up towards that hot teen position with the addition of 1 million rolling through in that general direction. So I'd maybe be a little bit watchful for that angle. But as we can see, the team's now having to focus their efforts once again a little bit further down towards that southwestern side. Zero Tolerance are going to be calling this lovely warehouse home for the time being, but it is just outside of zone, and they do have to contend against the players coming through from the Super Young Stars positioned up on the high elevated position. And looking at Shero and the rest of the squad, right, they've got their eyes pretty much peeled down towards, right down on towards Zero Tolerance.
And I mean, it's not a far battle to take at this point in time. Super Young Stars currently finding themselves in 15th, Zero Tolerance sitting in 12th. It's a hop and a skip, and you might be taking out some very much needed competition off of the board here. And as well as for Leaders Esports, happy to see them active, but they are taking on the Titans themselves, moving on into the same area as them. So just need to be careful, as well as that flank coming through here from Virtual Gaming. I feel like Leaders could be finding themselves in a pinch real quick.
Yeah, and this is where those opportunistic plays are going to be at hand, as we can see Alphalogy taking a little bit of retaliation there. Oh, but strikes on down, picks up Morteza. That's what we want to see. But again, Virtual Gaming in a great position here, right? They can just utilize the kind of element of surprise they have working in their favor, and they still have that full entire squad. But we can only see Gaddafi and Alpha Luigi holding onto that front line. The rest of the squad, meanwhile, will be positioned much closer to the zone. So I think that's a kind of healthy spread coming through here for Virtual. But now, Leaders, they're going to have their hands full, securing themselves a decent position moving into this next phase.
As we said, currently sandwiched, and what's even worse for Leaders and better for Virtual Gaming is Virtual Gaming does not need to worry about any stragglers from behind. They've only got the blue zone behind them, so they are pretty much safe and sound as they move into this wave of aggression, as well as what we can see. Well, that was not a pun intended, but we're looking at Wave Esports in any case now, taking some unfortunate damage here from Team Myth, who are looking to push on forward and potentially take the entire team here.
Yeah, it does seem like Myth is trying to create some waves as they step on in, picking up the trades, and now it's going to be a very tough play coming down on towards Rhino, as you can see him now just quickly trying to duck back down, getting just a little bit of that pressure alleviated, at least for the time being. A quick opportunity to just reassess themselves, but they are pretty much centered in the zone, and there is going to be the addition of the players from Seoul moving in from the northern angles there. So, I mean, Rhino might find this to be quite the challenging position to try and capitalize on.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just trying to rile my head, trying to think. Okay, how could Rhino get out of the situation? Because yes, you can take that high dive to the northern side, get a little bit of high ground, bam, you're into Myth. You go back, you into Soul Esports. You go to the right, you've got Lord of Wars, and to the left is Blackjack Esports coming through. So Rhino, unfortunately, in a very difficult situation. At least some hard cover to work with, but I don't think Myth is going to let up on the pressure anytime soon, and we should see that trigger to push on forward come soon.
Well, all will be revealed in due course as the teams now continue to just try and find those more favorable positions to try and capitalize on. But as you can see out in the blue, it's looking very, very kind of slightly dreadful for leaders as they now need to try and find an alternate route to get themselves back into contention here. But of course, that zone is going to start shrinking once again, rather taking us to the next phase. Rhino, so you can see smack dab center zone, at least for the time being, going to be holding steady, but there we go. Desert Flame now getting dealt an absolutely glorious shift here as they are smack dab center, but it doesn't seem like there's too many compounds in the surrounding area for them really to try and capitalize on. But instead, they need to now look to a little bit more of a defensive play as there's Triple, there's Myth, there's Soul, there's VST, as well as the players coming through from the Super Young Stars.
Absolutely. Just hunker down and take whatever advantages you can to keep hold of this real estate. What's also interesting to me is 1 million Esports, a team we find synonymous with those early rotations. One of the slowest teams, I guess, to get into the zone. They still only now find themselves towards Camp Alpha, which was the former Blackjack Esports' positioning there. So they're taking quite a long rotation into the action here.
Yep, they definitely are. But look at this, though. The aggression, the shots connecting up. This could be now that opportunity for the players from Triple to just ride the wave, ride the storm as they do eliminate the players there from Myth. This is a great play. Already 3 eliminations locked in. And who knows where they're going to end up next. But still a little bit of work to be done, right? Yes, they do have that position over on towards the southwestern side of zone, but Blackjack is going to come rolling in behind them, so that could definitely shake things up. Meanwhile, it is going to be the players from Virtual Gaming and Zero Tolerance now going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, now with the expense here of what we saw earlier, which was Leaders Esports, who have now managed to rotate out of the situation. Virtual Gaming turned their attention here towards Zero Tolerance, who already have one down, another knocked, and now the remaining 2 might just have to hightail it out there as Virtual Gaming look for those confirmations. Oh, and the damage is dealt, and you are not getting away from Virtual Gaming that easy. So, Virtual Gaming, they pick up 5 eliminations, a total of 5 eliminations to move on through into the next zone. And they find themselves in a very interesting position now as they try and find a pathing in.
Yeah, I'm going to look at what Virtual Game is going to bring on through as this is now a great start for them to try and build up that momentum once again, right? As we could see already, those 5 eliminations secured. They started out the match with, 9 eliminations already, but 10 points in total. So only 1 placement point. So definitely want to see a little bit of improvement coming through with the longevity, right? Them trying to make it into those later stages, potentially even being a contender for the winner chicken dinner itself. But again, the zone is going to continue to shrink as we are getting near the end of our 3rd phase. But Blackjack, they've made the entry, moving in on that southwestern side. Oh, coming under fire as Triple Esports are quick to react.
Ow, Zane, please run. Please drive. Okay, no, it's fine. Zane is alright for the time being, but Triple Esports have definitely made a statement saying, listen, this is our compound, this is our hilltop, leave. And for now, Blackjack should at least respect it for the time being while they recover from that just a warning shot. But they are still within zone. They do have some safe gatherings here. And 1 million Esports should be joining the party as well, just behind Soul Esports, or potentially in between Blackjack as well. And maybe joining this third party here with Triple. As that zone shifts, Triple Esports looking pretty good for this next phase.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good, especially taking into consideration Blackjack's position, Triple's position, even Desert Flame. But it's going to be a pretty tough ride here, as we can see the rest of the lobby now still having to kind of squeeze themselves back in towards the zone. Especially the position towards Desert Flame is looking pretty contentious. They're going to have their hands absolutely filled up with teams trying to push on through. So maybe it could be a little bit more of a smooth riding play all the way down to where we have Blackjack and the players from Triple positioned, at least for the time being. But VST now trying to take that plunge, looking to get themselves a little bit closer. We still have teams positioned up in towards by 9, right? One round are going to be looking to also now just rotate on through. But they need to be careful because we still have the players from Legends of War just positioned towards the west of them. And now, we see Desert Flame actually starting to light up the feed there as the shots are connecting up. But they are going up alongside the super young stars. And look at the aggression being showed as Buden sends in a beautiful nade, getting the knock up in towards Nasa as well. But up comes the rush, the dash, and it is going to be Desert Flame to snuff out the super young stars.
Oh, this is so unfortunate for Super Young Stars. Once again, they are the focus of aggression here for these teams and will be going out early with, unfortunately, no eliminations. But now, Desert Flame, an immediate turnaround as VST. They join the party. It's third party central here, and VST are looking to take out Desert Flame. Buden up close and personal to a lot of danger here with the sprays coming through.
Wow, that DVS just letting it rip, but this is going to be now that continuation coming through from VST as they look to step on up, finding 2 trades, and it is going to be a very difficult position. You can see Glassa and, of course, Buden just up ahead, or rather 6 now, having to hunker down and try and fend off the advances coming through here from VST, but we got the players there from one round also moving up on the high ground alongside them, so this is going to be turning into a very difficult position. But let's see. Adleno sends out the nade. Could this be the one? Oh, Desert Flame takes a little bit of damage. But VST, I mean, as we've been seeing so much aggression coming through from them over the previous matches, and this could maybe be even yet another game in which they continue with that momentum.
I would not take it away from VST. Absolutely have been so consistent. Now they're even picking apart virtual gaming, who are trying to make a dash for safety here. Absolutely keeping their head on a swivel. And unfortunately for virtual gaming, both Desert Flame and VST are ready for this rotation. So not sure how far they're going to be able to get away with this one. And in the meanwhile, Desert Flame, definitely the pressure's on them. They are facing a 2-on-3 in the scenario. And as we mentioned, 2-on-4, sorry. As we mentioned in this situation, VST have been so consistent and such a rival for this position.
Yeah, and now comes the moment for Desert Flame to prove themselves. That zone has taken a shift, moving further towards the west. But now, they have their backs to the zone itself, trying to keep up the pressure on towards VST. But one round could be providing quite a bit of a save here, especially looking at Desert Flame. Oh, up comes the utilities. It is going to be a boot to find the first hit up into its Chico. Now looking to close that one up, get that confirmation locked in. But still, blue zone is going to start moving up now. We know this is the 5th phase blue. This blue zone is not going to be friendly to anybody. But let's see, could this be Desert Flame to close it out? No, they are going to get rushed. Up comes the shots. It is going to be 6 to try and defend. But again, the shot, he comes in as the S12K connects on in. And VST just rake in even more eliminations.
And what's surprising is during all of this, we had Blackjack Esports actually go up against Titans. And with all of the rotations that had to be made and all the damage the Titans actually took, they actually got taken out here. So we've got a bit of a contention here now for that top spot, as Titans will not be able to pick up any more points moving on to the rest of the Sanhok game. And Lord of War, in such a tough position moving on forward here.
Yeah, it is super tough as we can see, but look at this though. The shots will continue to fly as it is going to be VSC now looking to just assert their dominance, moving in from that eastern edge. The zone just moving further up ahead. Lag in a bit of a position. Ooh, but there we go. The knocks connecting up as Blackjack steps up and capitalizes on the long-range engagements. Let's see whether or not Lag is going to be able to get themselves out of that blue zone. VSC already 9 eliminations locked in. It's going to be Vivo just now trying to just bring in a little bit of that mobile hardcover and taking aim on towards Lag once again. But still, a very challenging position. Seoul, the only team pretty much secured within that zone. It's still going to be up to the rest of the squads to see who will make it up into that next phase.
And VST just fighting for a little bit of space on their rotation as they look for the remainders here of Lag. It's A90 sneaking in the grass, trying to stay alive as their last remaining hopeful here for Lag Esports. And now caught out in the blue with a rotation into some danger, which is VST's Crosshair Triple Esports now down and out as well. And we're looking at our 5 final squads here on Sanhok.
Oh, and there we have it, right. There is going to be a quick little bit of a carry coming through there from Lazyboy, trying to get their teammate back into the match. But unfortunately, Marshall will just stay on their knees for the time being. Soul now looking to kind of just keep up the pressure. They've got that slight elevation to them. Weiss now And we're looking to see if they can find the angles. This is a very risky position, especially looking at Lazy Boy. But as we know, Lazy Boy is a beast in and of itself. But let's see whether or not those shots are going to connect on through. The shots now fly towards VST. Wow, that was all that was required. Down to 4 we go. Soul now still keeping the pressure up. And Lazy Boy just so long that health bar.
Oh, Seoul Esports in a prime position. Not only were they one of the first teams to get themselves into zone, but now the only thing standing in their way of taking complete control of this final zone is one remaining member. It's only Lazy Boy, and that is it. They have complete control of this final zone, DK.
Oh, wow. Soul not having too much of, well, actually not having too much contention coming through, as they now have 4 players left in that phase, and the only player to stand between them and that winner chicken dinner is going to be Senke, who's trying to bring in that blue zone heal strat. And this is an absolutely glorious performance coming through for Soul. That is going to be Senke signing off, and that is the chicken dinner locked in for Soul.
Oh, beautiful performances there coming through from Seoul Esports, and a fantastic positional play that really made sure that they capitalized out of everything going on. All that they needed to do in that final zone is just take a couple of pot shots at the teams trying to take their rotations in, and that is all thanks to the work that they did to get themselves to that fantastic zone rotation. Well, this is the performance we were waiting for. We mentioned this is the team that came third in the last season, or actually second in the last season of PMPL Spring. So I'm so good to see them jumping up on a winner chicken dinner.
I mean, it was only a matter of time, so very well-deserved winner chicken dinner going to Seoul right there. But, of course, quite a bit of action, as expected, moving in towards Sanhok itself. Now, I was quite surprised to see, just how this map actually played out, how the teams were making their way on through. But as we know by now, right, that is no surprise. Looking at the caliber of teams we have competing across the range. And, I mean, super exciting action. But that makes me even more excited to see what's going to come through as we head over towards Miramar once again. But, right, Sanhok, we're still there. I mean, that blue zone doing its thing. But surprisingly, this time around, we didn't see as much of a utilization of that blue zone heal strat coming through, right? The only team we actually saw on screen doing that was just now Senke, just trying to survive that extra little bit longer.
And you can see that was the plan that they had pretty early on. I mean, after that rotation that they made to Camp Alpha, we already saw Senke just holding back, doing a little bit of looting, but not really joining the rest of the squad that moved into the zone. So they already had that just backup plan in the back pocket in case something should happen like this to secure that second placement. And that is going to bolster their points that were already on such a good pathing from that first map performance. So a good strategy to bring on through. And again, it's a little bit odd not to see everyone really making use of that, but I'm glad that the teams pushed for that zone. They pushed for those final moments, and they pushed everything to the final point and didn't rely completely on the healing strat right off the bat from a first Sanhok game of PMPL Africa 4.
Yeah, I mean, but we also got to talk about VST Gaming, right? We saw them close off this match with 10 eliminations locked in. In fact, I believe they might have been the only team to hit those double digits. So a super aggressive showing coming through from VST. And as we know, the teams are going to get rewarded for the consistency that they are able to show, not only in the first day, but through the entire phase, this entire first week, right? So if this is kind of the momentum the teams are looking to hit 3 games deep, I can tell you this is going to be a super, super competitive and quite an exciting PMPL Africa season.
Absolutely. The energy that these teams are bringing in, you have to keep in mind that this is the consistency they're going to bring in through the entire week, because we don't have those super weekends anymore. So they're going to bring this level of energy, this level of aggression, potentially these level of strategies, and pushing it to the limits for every single map, because they could be getting themselves bonus points for the finals, not just for the next week, for the finals. So it's an absolutely massive opportunity, and the teams are going to be gunning for it.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about opportunity, let's see how many opportunities these teams have been dealt as we move into our match rankings to see the point breakdown after the action over on Sanhok. It is going to be Seoul Esports to set up in pole position. Not only do they get the winner chicken dinner, but also get 23 points added to their tally. 1 million, not unsurprisingly, stepping up with another strong, substantial finish, right? 16 points logged in. But as we spoke about, VST coming in with those 10 eliminations, landing them on a total of 16 points as well. But it's good to see Blackjack, right? We were talking about we want to see Blackjack step up. Yes, they might not have had the craziest amount of eliminations, but at least they were able to secure themselves double-digit points, accumulating a total of 12. And as we move on to the second page, it's still a very sparse spread with those points.
Yeah, it really does trickle down very quickly. That first page looks so nice and balanced with the eliminations heading up to 5 to 6 to 4, and then we jump onto this page and it's an immediate reminder that unfortunately there's always going to be the teams that have to drop off sooner rather than later. Again, still hoping for Super Young Stars to show us a little bit more, and also a very interesting point that we saw Titans going out as early as they did. It means that the teams already have an opportunity to close that gap that Titans have already started with.
Yeah, and of course, as we take a quick look at our highlights coming through from the past match, I mean, this is just such a change up from what we've had, you know, kind of seeing coming through Miramar, coming through action over on Erangel as well. So, Sanhok always being that map in which the teams can really look to capitalize on the aggression. And gotta say, VST, they did exactly that. They just found so many, you know, great positions to hold, applying so much pressure. Even this rush coming through up on towards Desert Flame, it just looked so comfortable.
Absolutely, they never shied away from those engagements, and same could be said even here for Lag Esports that looked to really make a difference into the Sanhok game. And I feel like they got close, not quite where they would have wanted to. Obviously, they would have loved to take this even further, but it's good to show that start of aggression and that start of energy moving into Sanhok.
Yeah, definitely a great one to come on through. And of course, we are going to be prepping ourselves for a quick break, but we also got to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And of course, a big appreciation being shown to Oppo. We've got the phones and everything right here. Always great to see Oppo being part of the PMPLs. But on that note, we are going to be jumping into a quick little break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa 4 split for season 2022. Wow, that was season in the wrong place there. But you know what, we're back. We're getting ready for even more action as we're prepping to move over on towards Miramar. Already we saw quite a bit of a crazy performance coming in on Sanhok with quite a decent spread with regards to eliminations, right? We didn't see too much of, the teams really looking to just go to town. Instead, it was way more balanced. But that is a kind of different situation to what we saw coming through on Miramar. And now, as we're getting ready to move into our second Miramar of the day, what are your expectations? What are you hoping to see come through?
I'm really hoping to see a better performance coming through from Super Young Stars, Darkness Leaders, Legends of Wars, rather, English. Just the way that we've been seeing them coming through, I feel like they keep finding themselves in a situation where they're the ones being taken out on the way for other teams to get into the zone. So I feel like their defensive strategies are maybe not just getting to the point where they need them to be, finding themselves in some exposed, areas, not getting that cover that they really need. So hopefully that's going to change coming into this next map.
Well, it is going to be an opportunity yet again for these teams to try and lock in those points. And as we know, moving into our fourth match, it is going to be the players from Group B that are going to be sitting this one out. So that will be one round, Seoul Esports, TEAMLAG, as well as the players coming through from VST Gaming. So I think this was a great opportunity for the players there from Seoul, right? Up in towards Sanhok to secure themselves some decent points, seeing that they're not going to be having the opportunity moving through into this match of Miramar. But again, it's going to be the opportunity for teams like Super Young Stars, Darkness, Legends of War, and Leaders Esports now to step up and claim even more points as they are yet to really flourish and just, shine on the overall rankings.
Absolutely, and thankfully for them, this flight path has been pretty nice. It's nice and central. Not really any sort of worry. Straight from that eastern point of the zone to a little bit more of the southwestern part of the map. So very good opportunities here for the teams to get into their favorite or preferable drop locations. We'll just have to wait and see how that zone might throw a wrench in the works here. But what are you feeling like, DK? What kind of zone are we wanting here?
Ooh, I'd go for north, right? I just got this feeling that it is going to be taking a northern shift. Ooh, well, it's slightly north. I mean, I'm not too far off from that one.
Yeah, I think you're on
I gotta
it.
say, it's a very comfortable flight path coming through here once again, right? Not too outlandish. It's not too far. It is still very much centralized. But this, of course, is going to allow a lot of action now to come in towards that kind of San Martin, Power Grid, Creative Fields regions. We can see a lot of teams heading down quite early, trying to get themselves situated.
Absolutely, and what I'm liking here is also the rotations that I see a few of the teams such as 1 Million, Titan Esports, and Virtual Gaming taking, because I feel like not only does it allow some of the teams more towards the center of the zone to, get some time to set up before these crazy teams come on in to potentially ruin the fun, but also a later rotation from a team like 1 Million and Virtual Gaming provides us a different look at the team and how they'll potentially be handling these situations. In terms of hot drops, we at least haven't already seen an elimination, so that's already an improvement from the first Miramar. As for the rest of this map, however, Arab Golden looking at a little bit of Slime 4KT action here.
Yep, and that is going to be a healthy start, but I mean, quite a bit of an adaptation coming through here from Slime, right? Definitely not the position we see them preferring to frequent when on Miramar itself. But Arab Golden also now going to be capitalizing on the opportunity, just firing a few warning hits across and using the quick moment of Slime trying to duck for cover to then just get themselves disengaged and a little bit better situated. But again, it does seem like they are going to be heading up north. They might even go as far as to rotate all the way towards La Cobreria, which I think could be a good starting point, right? It's quite separated from the rest of the map, and it could be their chance now to get themselves into some good standings.
Actually, now that you mention about being quite separated, I do see quite a bit of a separation there for the northern side of the zone. It's only zero tolerance that can really make use of that zone, at least easily for the time being. A lot of the teams more towards that central point, pretty much from that west to eastern, midway point of the zone all the way down. We see majority of the teams. And yeah, it's an interesting thought to see, because that means that quite a few of that sort of that water treatment area, that Cruz de la Fall, all of those areas up for grabs at the moment and completely uninhabited. So looting opportunity there for the teams, as well as just some good hard cover.
Yeah, some good hard cover. But speaking about hard cover, right? There's still a lot of opportunities for the teams to get themselves pretty much situated. I'm loving the approach coming through from 1 Million. all the way in Bozo, just making sure that they've got their weapons locked and ready to go once this next next zone rather pops. But the same can be said for virtual gaming, right? All the way in Chumasera, a very laid back angle to be playing. Um, even all the way up in towards Picado with Mad Knight, just kind of spreading themselves out, claiming Picado, and now we get to look and see where the rest of the teams are going to be opting towards, right? Ab Golden, as we saw before, they've made it all the way up and towards La Cobreria, but center zone, there could be a few positions to be had there, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm taking a look at Myth right now. They are nicely spread into that center part of the zone, trying to take as much real estate as they possibly can. And for Leaders Esports, what I'm just a tad worried about is because Virtual Gaming is taking that laid back approach and the angle at which they're taking potentially their direct rotation into the zone, could see them heading straight into Leaders Esports, which, based on the previous maps that we saw in the previous engagements, obviously we would favor Virtual Gaming in this engagement, but potentially it's an opportunity for Leaders Esports to contain Virtual Gaming and them out of the zone, or maybe take a few eliminations off of the board.
Well, that could be on the books, right? We'll have to see how that one plays out. But I'm not opposed to that idea. I think it's going to come down to how Virtual Gaming is going to be looking to get themselves situated and rotate on through. But I'm liking the position coming through here from Desert Flame as well, right? They are in their home territory. They have dropped down into San Martin, which is where we see them frequent almost every single Miramar map. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be looking to bring on forward. But it is seeming like it is going to be the players from Slime looking to contest them, as Flacco has gotten knocked and getting taken down as well.
Almost in a matter of seconds. All right, Slime 4KT just rolling up on the Desert Flame party here. And it does seem like Desert Flame will have actually been at fault for that, because they made that little bit of a northern rotation into water treatment based on what we saw there from the map. So yeah, unfortunately for Desert Flame Esports, I don't know if they have an opportunity there to step in. I would like to see more from them in this map, because we didn't have that opportunity on the first Miramar, and as we've mentioned, we get very excited when we see that roster on Miramar. So hopefully they show us a little bit of something now. They will have to do it though with only 3 people, so a little bit of a challenge, but it's not impossible.
Definitely not impossible, but I'm loving the rotations coming through from Mad Knight, right? They've come so close over on towards the players there from Legends of War, instead now focusing their efforts a little bit more towards the center zone. But this is where this rotation could actually lead them pulling up very close to Myth's position, as we saw Myth looking quite good, at least with regards to their current situation within the zone. But there's still a lot of territory, as you said before, for these teams to try and occupy as they now look to get themselves into some good situations, some good angles. But we are yet to see where 1 million is going to be rotating to.
Yeah, I mean, as it looks at the moment, obviously the teams have started moving a little bit more towards the center position, so that western part of the zone that 1 million would be rotating through has opened up a bit. But again, we still have the teams such as, Arab Golden Esports that have to come from a similar angle into that rotation. And right up ahead of them, quite a few teams sitting and waiting just for an opportunity to take a few pot shots there. And for 1 million, there's another team that we have to consider. That's Titan Esports, also get to rotate into zone.
Yeah, they are. But of course, we are seeing some positions now being tried out here as the teams are looking to push further and further afield. There's going to be the players from Arab Golden now considering to rotate away from La Cobreria, just opting for potential play maybe in towards that very edge of zone. Wave, meanwhile, will be perched smack dab center, at least for the time being. And I'm loving the due diligence coming through here. We can see Baruti and the rest of the team now just trying to adopt that 2-2 split, trying to cover as many angles as they can as they are exploring Hacienda del Patron as well. But it does seem like the rest of the lobby are focusing their efforts elsewhere, right? Instead, looking to kind of get themselves situated on those more elevated positions. I think that's going to be quite favorable, especially looking at Sanhok. You definitely, Sanhok, right? Miramar, you want to try and play out those elevated angles. You want to try and see your opponents before they see you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's just the beauty of Miramar on its own. I mean, having that ability to foresee what's, heading to you. It's similar to taking that Everest position there towards Erangel. You really have a fantastic opportunity to take, just an account of what is around you, who is around you, and who's heading through. But of course, as we know, big focus there on our top three at the moment, Titan Gaming and 1 Million Esports, who are playing on the Miramar. VST won't be joining the party, but definitely opportunities for those teams to either extend their lead or potentially be in danger of, closing it out for the rest of the teams, depending on how these opportunities may lie. So, Zone, moving a little bit more towards the East, DK. I mean, who are you favoring in this situation? I do see 0 Super Young Stars there, so potentially an opportunity for them.
Yeah, it could be for Super Young Stars and maybe even for Zero Tolerance, as we can see Lord Vortex, Skydo, and the crew all just positioned over on towards that northeastern edge. So maybe there could be a bit of hope coming through for them. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. But in the meantime, as we look down towards the southern edge, we got Blackjack, we got the players here from Leaders, as well as Virtual Gaming, all now just looking to come rotating up in towards the zone. And this could result in a few altercations maybe developing on the screen as well.
I would love a little bit of action at this moment in time, because I feel like this has been the most quiet we've seen these teams all performing tonight, right? We've already had a little bit of that initial engagement with Slime4KT taking out at least one from Desert Flame Esports, but based on the rest of the maps that we've seen tonight, it's the most quiet. I feel like these teams have now just settled down, and they are focusing on getting as many points as they possibly can, both in terms of placements and eliminations moving forward.
But, I mean, looking at Desert Flame, right, they've been surprisingly quiet so far through this match. As we could see, not a single play has been coming from them just yet. Yeah, they have lost Flacco really, really early on. I don't know how that's going to impact the rest of their strategy moving through this match. But as we can see, the rotations will continue to come on in. Slime actually now about to have a few visitors here as the Arab Golden team are looking for a play to make. Not quite sure why they are situated so far on the edge of the blue zone, but it does seem like they are looking to try something out here. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see how that one kind of plays out. But meanwhile, back in the zone, it is going to be the players here from Triple Esports and Mad Knight having a bit of an opportunity to start lining up those hits.
Oh, it's an interesting opportunity, especially if you consider the Virtual Gaming might be pulling up right behind them. So we'll have to see if they do take this engagement. I would hope they finish it off as soon as they can, so that they can just manage all of the other teams moving into the zone, because right behind Virtual Gaming, it could be Titans. So a very scary opportunity indeed. You can see Triple Esports just laying low for the time being. The Beasts just finding a little bit of a camp of Triple Esports members and deciding they do not want to join it.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a pretty crazy play. I'm still to see the Beast pop off, right? We did see the Beast pop off before, but wow! Look at Reef. I mean, I always appreciate a good vehicle explosion, but I mean, that was a little bit unjustified on towards Ammo in right there. But this could be that opportunity now for the Beast to show us why they are called the Beast.
Yeah, jump into the fray there and show us what they've got, especially here for Mad Knight now, considering they're one player down. And we want to see a little bit more from them, okay? They've started off with a decent performance, but they definitely want to just further whatever lead they have managed to find so far. And looking at the opportunity and the positioning that they find themselves in, I don't think it's that tall of an ask. It does seem like Virtual Gaming is opting to go a little bit more north, so that's avoiding Mad Knight's position for the time being. So they might not have anyone to worry about behind them, depending on where Titans actually go.
I mean, Titans are yet to kind of commit to one particular play, but I'm also keeping a little bit of an eye down towards that southern edge, right? We got Blackjack rolling through just alongside Impala, and they've got a pretty clear rotational path, but it's going to be quite heavily dependent on where the Titans choose to rotate. Maybe we could see them actually clashing along the way. But speaking about clashing, right, one of the teams we know that are pretty proficient when it comes to dealing with altercations, it is going to be 1 Million, and they are now rolling towards the zone itself. They could be looking to just work their way on through, potentially Wave, or even the players coming through here from Arab Golden.
Arab Golden not too far off from 1 Million's position, a little bit behind them as well, so potentially a flanking opportunity for them, depending on who 1 Million chooses to get involved with, as well as Slime4KT up from the northern side pulling on in, and 1 Million, Slime4KT right up close and personal to one another. This could be a very interesting engagement should they find each other.
Yeah, definitely if they should, but it doesn't seem like they will, as Venom will keep the Venom stored at least for now. I'm not going to unleash it just yet. There's going to be several more opportunities as the teams continue to venture closer and closer to the zone. It does seem like Slime is, however, opting for that loot drop, right? They want to try and see what they can find, just upgrade at least part of the gear for the squad to level 3. But I'm yet to see the AMR getting utilized. I want to see that pop off, and I mean, Miramar is the perfect map to do that.
It is a prime map for the AMR to make a little bit of a debut on the PMPL stage. And here for the rest of the teams, it looks like they have decided that it is the trigger to get those eliminations rolling. Already Mad Knights, as we mentioned, potential opportunities lied in wait for them, and they are making work of them, unfortunately to the detriments of Team Myth. But only one player has been lost so far. In the meanwhile, 1 million also took a little bit of a knock there with their engagement with the Slime for KT.
Ooh, this is what we like. This is what we like. Show us the action, and we've got an absolute mass convergence of teams over on towards this western side. Venom, eventually now, not being in a position where they can actually unleash anything, as we can see that knock and confirmation coming through. But Myth now trying to keep up the pressure as they are trying to find the opening up on towards the Beast. But the Beast is going to try and evade the bullets going this way, that way, and the other. But unfortunately, it will not be sufficient as they are downed. And the confirmation is going to come through. Very unfortunate play for the players there of Mad Knight. And maybe the next map we could see them pop up.
It's also the helping hand here from Darkness. Whiskey just jumping in and stealing that little bit of a knock there coming on through. So Darkness now, they're going to be sitting pretty and just seeing what else they can jump or at least grab from this altercation. In the meanwhile, Legends of War also moving on up potentially into a third-party position here. The rest of Myth, they want to try and hightail it out of there, trying to get more towards the center, which Darkness currently find themselves in. At the top, though, I'm looking at Super Young Stars, who are starting a bit of an engagement, which I am loving to see from them. They need to get some much-needed points here.
Oh, yes, they definitely do. And such an unfortunate turn of events as they get snuffed, right? Desert Flame getting put out in the first team out. Oh, definitely so far. Miramar has not been proving to be the kindest to the squad there from Desert Flame. Maybe they'll find better luck in the next returns we have over on towards Miramar. I can't believe I struggled so much to say that. But either way, we are going to be moving on as we look to the options available for the teams. Mad Knight and the Arab Golden team going to be situated on the very edge of zone. They've only got a few more seconds left before that zone is going to start moving up. And that is going to result in a very, very trying rotation. But we also see the engagements coming through in the feed.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone is just starting to find those opponents. As we know, Miramar, just that mass convergence of teams here towards the center. You might have been rotating right next alongside one of the teams, and only now do you have an opportunity to actually get some engagements going here. 1 million down with a player, down with a few players is actually trying to make these rotations in, unfortunately for their side, whereas Super Young Stars already picked up 1 elimination and are looking to pick up a few more. It's just that Slime 4KT lurking in the background. That can be a little bit of a worrisome.
Oh, wow.
What?
VGS Virtual Gaming, the next team out. I mean, what's happening on Miramar, right? Teams definitely looking to shake things up as they move on through. Of course, we see the players here now from the Super Young Stars trying to quickly disengage, but they are being met with the shots coming through here from Slime 4K team. Loving this awareness being shown. And that could be a little bit of a sneak on through. 1 million also getting eliminated as. I think there's something wrong with Miramar. We need to figure out what on earth is going on here. But of course, this is absolutely glorious. Legends of War also now meeting their fate. And 12 teams remain. Up comes the Mollies. It is going to be Nossa sending one over, fighting the head on towards Plaza. And Cal and Storm, Koa and Storm rather, having the opportunity to bring in a little bit of a revenge play there. But are they going to try to stick around, or are they going to maybe disengage? I think they're going to stick around for the action.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you stick around in the action when you've got nade skills like that? And not only will they be able to take out Super Young Stars, pick up those eliminations, but hopefully they'll be able to get that res on towards Plaza and get their numbers bolstered as they take this engagement now. Hopefully on equal footing with Team Myths, who are right up ahead of them. In the meanwhile, Wave just behind, and such a correlation of teams here towards this northwestern side of the zone.
Oh, I mean, the northern side actually starting to calm down quite a bit, but now it is going to be Mad Knight also to bid their farewells. And we are down to our final 10 teams looking to duke it out. Still a very contentious position being held over on towards both the east and western side of zone. It's none other than Leaders and Titans duking it out for control of this eastern edge of zone. Let's see whether or not, oh, the nades are going to be connecting up. We got a wasted shadow in, all still waiting, trying to get these angles. It's going to be triple. Esports also getting eliminated. I mean, as these teams are popping off so quickly, it's almost a struggle to keep up with all the action.
I absolutely don't blame you. Now, Leaders Esports looking to take out the Titans themselves, and they will be going out in 9th position as we move on to our top 8 and that zone shift here towards the northeastern side. Currently, my money on Zero Tolerance right now is they're one of the first teams in the center of the zone with one of the so little buildings remaining, and they have managed to take the real estate here. Now, the next team to worry about is Leaders Esports making that rotation from the eastern side.
Yeah, but I think that position for Zero Tolerance is going to be absolutely essential, right? We know coming into this match, they were sitting all the way in 13th place with only 7 points to their name. So they need to try and bring in everything they can. Of course, speaking about having to bring in everything, it is going to be Wave to send out the nades, getting the knockdown in towards darkness. Let's see whether or not Broti will be able to get the job done. Oh, another damage connecting in. Tornado just to try to evade the hits, but is not successful in that as the shots continue to rain on down. And both these teams now in a position where they need to decide, are they going to try and prioritize rotation, or will they look to try and lock in the aggression? But Myth is not going to be making it too easy for either Wave or Slime to decide.
And right now, Slime 4KT, the current leaders on the overall leaderboard, so they are looking for some more points to just ride the leaderboard away, but the rest of the teams, they are looking for that catch-up, that opportunity to really bolster their standings at this moment, especially if I'm looking at a team like Wave Esports and, of course, Myth, who have already had a little bit of an altercation here with Slime 4KT and Triple. Now moving on forward, looks like their next opponent might be Darkness Esports.
Oh, but Iron is going to look to iron out a few kings as they step in. Rhino not really allowing that one to happen, but instead Iron gets taken right on down, and it is going to be Blackjack to capitalize on their positioning here. But Blackjack looking pretty decent, right? 3 players actually situated up in towards the zone. So decent spread, good angles to cover there, and now they're going to look to just drive in the aggression, the defensive positions. But look at this, Whiskey trying to reach across the ridge. Sorry, that was Tornado trying to kick up a storm, but unfortunately not succeeding in sending that nade all the way across. Ramsey might actually be running straight up into that one. But here we go, right? It all now comes down to what Whiskey and Tornado are going to be looking to bring in. But look at that, Ramsey with a beautiful how you do right up into Plaza.
Absolutely, just immediately putting a stop here to a push from Slime 4KT, and Darkness just wiping the floor with Team Myths as they put their rotations and their focus here on the remainder of the rest of the teams around in the vicinity. And Slime 4KT looking for an opportunity to get involved here.
Oh, this could be the opportunity indeed. But let's see, where's Darkness going to be going? Tornado, the final left, pretty isolated, pretty open here. But look at the angles as they light it up onto his Rhino. Down they go. It is going to be Esports eliminated, but Tornado not trying to get the rest on his teammate. It is going to be Cal to stop that from happening, and Slime still looking to keep on the contention here as they now trying to just flank their way around. But still, only a few seconds remaining on the clock. The utilities are going to be sent in the direction of Tornado. Takes quite a bit of damage. Now needs to abandon that quick res. Oh, and there we go. It has been secured. Darkness is out. Slime just looking to drive it in. Already 8 eliminations up.
Once again, the name I'm going to give you is Zero Tolerance. They have been zone blessed once again, the first team within the next zone, and they are still sitting in hard cover, just waiting for the rest of the teams to take each other out. They're sitting back, watching all the action unfold, and waiting for an opportunity to take a few eliminations of their own.
Oh, I mean, there could be so many opportunities to be had here, but I've got to say, Blackjack also looking pretty strong as they now move on forward, still having the entire squad up. But could this be the play to be had? Leaders try to stop them. Also, still being fully represented here. 3 eliminations strong. And this is going to be a full-on altercation as they now look to just lock in the southern edge. They want the possession. They want to try and see if they can maybe bring in some substantial positions. But Blackjack sitting on 6 eliminations. Definitely leading the assault so far with regards to those eliminations. But where will they be able to get it done, though? As Leaders not looking to give them any opportunity to do just that.
And why would they? This has been the best performance from Leaders Esports that we've seen this entire evening. Already more eliminations that they've gotten in any of their previous maps combined. So now they're looking towards Blackjack Esports. A stop to their onslaught as they're sitting on those 6 eliminations and they need to make a rotation into the zone.
Oh, it's all going to come down to how these final few plays now pan out for them and see whether or not Leaders will be able to secure those positions. Still keeping up a very contentious angle towards Blackjack. As we can see, Blackjack not having the easiest day at the office here. So they're now looking for a few angles to try and move on through. But Zane, the rest of the squad now just up on these ridges, hoping for a bit of an opportunity here. And once they are presented with exactly that, right, they are going to most likely grab it with everything they have. But even Shadowin now coming through here from Leaders, reaching all the way into a zero tolerance, popping off a quick little bit of that bolty action. Slime for KT also just creeping closer and closer. It is going to be a 4v4 v3v3. If you want to talk about some pretty tough odds, this is pretty much it.
What's weird is the team with 4 players are taking on the other team with 4 players, and the team with 3 are taking on the team with 3. So a massive change in focus here, and immediately Blackjack, they take the trigger.
Oh, this is the play. Here we go. Zay now looking to just crack open that can of worms. MG has been taken down. Phoenix super low on the health bar. But this is going to be a quick reposition coming through here from Leaders. We can see Carryboy now just waiting a little bit on that edge. Waiting for the opportunity, but Wasted now going to be opting right into a little bit of additional damage. Out comes the utilities once again. The spray coming through there from Slime, but it connects on up. And that is going to be 2 players down for Blackjack, Zane and MG. The final 2 defenders as Carryboy comes rushing straight on forward. Finds a beautiful spray on towards MG. But could this one be in the back? Is this going to be the play from Leaders now to lock in those eliminations? Could this be their rise to power? Up they come. It is going to be Blackjack getting taken right on down. And up next is going to be Slime for KT. It does seem like Leaders are on an absolute rampage.
And absolutely, Slime for KT jumping into the action is the space that Leaders needed to take that push forward. Now they have to reset. They have to gather themselves as they prepare for this 1v3, well, 3v4, v2 basically, as Zero Tolerance has again just been sitting idly by waiting for the teams to essentially take each other out.
Well, there's not going to be a lot of opportunity to sit and wait much longer. Slime looking, like they've found themselves in quite the predicament. But up comes a great opportunity on towards Carryboy. It is going to be Plaza now looking to capitalize on top of that. But Storm just holding off on the very edge. Plaza just running on flames. And it is going to be Zero Tolerance moving up that northern angle. Slime getting caught in so much. As you can see, the pincer play. Not the most favorable option here for them. Storm getting traded down and all hopes and dreams now turns on towards Plaza. Zero Tolerance look to apply the pressure. They want to close it up. They want to lock in that winner chicken dinner. But will they succeed? Plaza now, absolutely bombarded. And we are set with a 4v4 altercation as the 2 final teams fight it out to see who will be the one to walk away victorious with that winner chicken dinner. Zero Tolerance on 2 eliminations. But Leaders Esports sitting on a definitely doing the job here and showing the aggression.
And this is the opportunity for Zero Tolerance. They're getting idly by. They've been saving those nades, and now they can absolutely bombard Leaders as they try and get closer and closer to that next zone. And Zero Tolerance, all they need to do is sit and wait and watch that horizon. Just wait for those pixels to pop up around the corner and take the much-needed shots to get themselves that winner chicken dinner.
I mean, we can see some pretty scary weapons coming through here. Even Skydo, I mean, just yielding an absolute beast. But Morteza will get taken down by a nade. Shadowin trying to move in for a little bit of that reinforcement. It's going to be Skydo to get traded down next. Not before laying waste to the side of Leaders. But this is going to be the play now. Wasted on the defensive, but gets taken on down. Carryboy now having all the hopes on their shoulders. A lot of pressure coming in. Tries to find the angle on towards Paradox. But Paradox going to be riding out the ridge. Let's see, will this push come through? Will this be the one? There we go. Down they are. It is now up to Lord for Zero Tolerance. Could they be able to clutch this one out? Carryboy now just doing the due diligence, locking in those eliminations. Pushing Leaders Esports all the way up onto those double-digit eliminations. Now, that, of course, has granted the players here from Zero Tolerance a bit of an opportunity to get themselves reset. As you can see, Carryboy keeping a very watchful eye. Skydo is going to be a force to be reckoned with alongside Lord, and up comes the rush now. But Carryboy, no stranger to the challenge. Let's see how they're going to deal with the threat as the push comes in. The damage is dealt, and with that, it is zero tolerance to lock in the winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely beautiful coordinated attack here coming through from Zero Tolerance. And once again, all thanks to their fantastic positional play, finding themselves as one of the first teams in those final zones, finding themselves as the first teams to take some good hard cover and saving their resources for that much needed final engagement with leaders. But again, massive shout out to Leaders Esports. We were waiting for that resurgence in their performance moving into these games and waiting for them to do better. And in one map, they did better than any of the maps they've played in the entirety of today.
I mean, I think it all comes down to finding that synergy, finding that energy once again. So big ups going out to Leader Esports there. Of course, the former team of Team Umbra, a name I really enjoyed saying, and now I can't say it anymore. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Leaders did a really, really good job coming through all the way in towards this Miramar, showing so much aggression as we saw them hitting those double-digit plays. But you got to say, though, right? Zero tolerance. I was actually not too surprised to see them taking a little bit more of a calculated approach coming into this Miramar, right? We saw them positioned quite far away from the rest of the teams, but they were just slowly starting to encroach further and further up in towards the zone. And now, once they found the opportunity, it was their time to rise, their time to strike down, and what a beautiful play it was.
Absolutely. They absolutely just took everything in their stride and made sure that they were the final teams in the end. They brought the energy to this Miramar.
Yes, they definitely did. And speaking about energy, we got to give a big shout out there to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. So much love going out to Monster. But speaking about Monster, we did see a few monstrous performances coming through over on Miramar itself. I mean, and that is what I've been loving so far about what we've been having, especially on the Miramar side for the day, right? The team's really utilizing the opportunity there just to go absolutely insane and just rise to even more heights as they progress through the match.
But also, we've had some surprising, I guess, not performances. As we saw Desert Flame going out, we saw Titan going out, we saw Virtual Gaming going out. I mean, just a weird combination of things. But we can take a look at those match rankings and just remind ourselves what happened with this Miramar game, or the second of today. And give a big shout out to the people who do the math in the background, because once again, would not want to do this.
Well, as you can see, it is going to be the players there from Leaders Esports sitting in pole position at the end of the match, taking that second place finish, and of course combining that rather with the 10 eliminations, putting them on a grand total of 22 points, 1 point ahead of Zero Tolerance with their 6 eliminations and that winner chicken dinner. But again, another substantial performance coming through from Slime 4KT, right? They're definitely looking to rise to the occasions. They're stepping up, bringing in such an aggressive performance across the board. I mean, we saw them this time around coming through with an insane amount of eliminations. We can see the 9 right there. Before that, they had 14 in total, so what a way to go. And of course, taking a look at the second page again, we do see a little bit of a fall off, but once again, Desert Flame sitting with no points acquired.
Yeah, on the Miramar, it's just a weird combination to see that happen. This is a team that I would say is one of the teams that has set the standard of Miramar in the past. I mean, other than 1 million Esports, who's also on this side of the page. So it's just weird overall, but that just goes to show how the teams are really stepping it up and they've gone to the back, the drawing boards, and they've made sure that any and all mistakes that they've made in the past for the spring season, they've come to the fall season absolutely replenished and ready to take and make this season their own.
Yeah, and that is definitely showing, and I'm really appreciative of what the teams have been doing so far. I mean, we've seen the players from Virtual Gaming getting taken out early. We've seen the players there from Desert Flame getting taken down so early. And I mean, there's so many different dynamics coming through as the teams are stepping up and just shaking everything up. Absolutely loving it. And I think that is going to result in the rest of the season being so competitive, as we don't really know what to expect moving into whichever map it is.
Absolutely. And I love that energy that the teams are bringing. I love that, again, we are seeing an immediate shift in sort of the playstyles that we expected from the previous season. Our strategy books are kind of thrown out the window because the teams are bringing very different stratagems. They're making sure that they've polished those mistakes, as we've already mentioned. And the energy that they're bringing is leaving us with those questions about, okay, well, Titan just got taken out almost immediately. The teams seem to be adapting so much quicker than what they did in the previous season. So this season is already shaping up to be an absolutely phenomenal one.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, we've seen some pretty surprising performances, but What I'm liking though is the consistency that's starting to develop here, right? We were talking about consistency right at the start of the day, right? With the addition of these bonus points that are coming through, I think it's going to be quite an interesting turn of events to see just how many bonus points these teams are able to acquire and accrue as they progress through these phases. Because, I mean, take into consideration, this is only day one, and we see such a big rush, such a big push being put in by these teams trying to secure themselves on these overall standings. And I can only look forward to seeing what our final map will bring for the day.
Absolutely. The final Erangel of the day should shape up to be a very interesting one because, as you mentioned already, from the first Miramar to the second Miramar, which I remind you has only been one Sanhok in between, we've already seen that adaptation. We've already seen that refinement in the teams, making sure the same mistakes weren't going to occur again, making sure the same threats were not going to be a threat once again, taking out the Titans, taking out virtual gaming, and bringing that sort of energy through to the next Erangel. I guess 1 million esports is next on the chopping block if they were going to be playing this one. So interesting to see how that's going to shape up and how the next teams from the other group are going to jump in and shake things up.
Yeah, I mean, it was so difficult coming into today, trying to make some form of a prediction as to what we could be expecting to see in the very first day. And I want to say that I was pleasantly, absolutely flabbergasted with the performances that we've had, right? I mean, definitely not the kind of performance I would have been expecting, but I'm super pleased to be seeing teams just stepping up from all directions, just coming in with strategies that we've not really seen being utilized. And I mean, that shows to the growth that these teams have actually experienced, right? The strategizing that has come in. I mean, Titan already looking like absolute titans. We did see such a strong representation coming through there from one. But what was quite surprising was to see the players from VST stepping up, right? A team that we've not really seen much of just so far. And they are just blazing away. But also a strong effort being brought in there by Slime 4KT. So definitely loving what the teams are doing so far. And I mean, it's again, I'll say this once again, right? It is only the first day. Imagine what this board is going to look like when we get to the end of our third week, all the way in towards like game 14, 15 there. I mean, I think it's going to be absolutely tight all the way through.
Absolutely. The way that things are shaping up now and the way that we are just building up this, energy of the teams as they're moving on through the graph is looking pretty good. It looks like the teams are going to stay very competitive as we're moving on through. You can take a look at those highlights just to remind ourselves of the insane plays that came through on the second Miramar of the day. But so far, the teams have almost had that level of no fear. I mean, compared to the first season that we saw, there was a lot of hesitation when jumping into the engagements. Now the teams, they're looking more excited for engagements, if I can say it that way.
Yeah, and I mean, there was so much confidence being shown moving through the entirety of Miramar, right? I didn't for one moment really feel that there was a team that felt a little bit hesitant. Even leaders, they just came through with such an aggressive push, sneaking in alongside the players there from Blackjack. And I mean, there was just surprise after surprise after surprise. And I gotta say, I absolutely loved it. But leaders and Zero Tolerance really kept the pressure going all the way through to the very, very finish.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, Leaders Esports, I mean, that team that you definitely would think they have a good reason for being hesitant because they've been very unlucky for, the remainder of the day, running into those, sandwiches, running into positions where they didn't really have, much luck in terms of surviving that and moving forward. So to come from all of that, to shake it off and say, well, it doesn't matter. We're going to take on a team like Slime 4KT. We're going to take on a team like Zero Tolerance, and we're actually going to be the ones winning this out. That shows you that the momentum is there for every single team on the leaderboard, regardless of where they are currently finding themselves. They are definitely looking to shaping this up into a potential win for them, regardless of their situation.
Yeah. Oh, it's also quite exceptional to think about, right? Leaders, they started off Miramar sitting on 3 points in total. Right now, they just blew it out of the water. But of course, we'll be returning with even more crazy action. We are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. And we'll see you guys right back afterwards with our final match of the day.
Waiting here for a little while. can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Maybe I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall season for 2022. We're getting ready to move into even more action as the teams are getting ready to jump into their final match. Of course, we are heading straight into a match with a very northern flight path coming in right here. But of course, before we go anywhere, we need to give a big shout out to Oppo. So Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. Now, speaking about much love, right? I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams are not going to be in a position to show much love to the flight path at this point in time.
No. Especially, like, I mean, I'm looking at a team like, Seoul Esports. They would have loved that military base, position. I mean, even Desert Flame generally do find them a little bit closer towards Farm or Milta. Now they're going to have to make a little bit of a trip, So the teams that we generally do find towards the northern sort of side, which is a good portion of our teams, are going to be a little bit angry, but it's okay. We'll have to see how that that zone is actually going to complement this flight path, DK.
Well, I think what the teams could potentially be looking to prioritize at this point is just to get themselves down on the ground, because fortunately they are saved by a northern zone coming through, which is, beautifully centered on that flight path. So I don't think the teams would be too upset at this point anymore, seeing that they now know exactly where this phase is going to be taking them. But what is going to be interesting is the position of the players there from Soul and Darkness, who we can see moving in towards that shelter position, as well as going for a little bit of a spread potentially towards Prison. But they've got Mad Knight and Blackjack also dropping in the vicinity. So it could be somewhat of a contentious play coming through here. But as we look over on towards the western side, that is where we see the players from Triple Esports and 1 Million also now dropping into very close proximity.
I mean, 1 Million Esports looking to go where they found their last winner chicken dinner, so understandable, finding themselves there in Georgia Ball containers. And the rest of the teams, we could see there was just that mass migration of teams towards the southern part because they don't really like the north. So they're going to have to, change it up, get into those vehicles and see if they can maybe take advantage of maybe like shooting range, Severny. I mean, all of those positions are open and up for grabs.
Yep, so now it's all coming down to first come, first serve, right? Teams now going to be rushing to get themselves into some more favorable angles, and it is, of course, going to result in an early game altercation brewing between Mad Knight and Seoul Esports. Both teams just going to be holding a steady position. It is going to be Omar now just ducking and weaving back and forth, limbering up for the engagement as Tyson comes rushing forward, but it is going to be the Beast to accompany Tyson. Oh, and it's going to be a quick utilization of that Uzi to just rip it up and get the hit in on towards Omar. So Soul off to a little bit of a bumpy start.
Yeah, I would say so. Look, I mean, currently where we find Seoul Esports, they did have that fantastic performance early on in the day. And so, transitioning into the second Erangel, I feel like they could be doing a little bit better, but it's understandable that there are a little bit of hiccups as the teams are, sort of readjusting. And of course, we have this crazy sort of congestion towards this multi-power side. But moving forward, hopefully they will be able to just reset themselves and, just continue forward with a bit of a stride. As in for the rest of the teams, though, Darkness and Lag specifically, actually, very split up right now, DK. I'm a little bit curious to see how they're going to work with this sort of 1-1-2 split, I guess.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure we are going to be finding out pretty soon how this will play out for the teams. But one thing that I'm quite curious about is what 1 million is going to be doing in this round, right? We know that they just broke the mold coming in with the 17 eliminations on the very first Erangel. But now also, we don't have the players from Titan Gaming being in this match. So there is going to be another potential spot up for grabs, as I'm looking to see who will be that team to step up and rise to the occasion. Also, whether or not 1 million is going to be able to replicate their performance from the first Erangel.
I'm also having that question in my mind, especially because we have such a northern side zone. So, I mean, with their favorite position of those Georgiaville containers, it's not a crazy rotation that they have to make. The only teams that I would really look as what you could say, their competition moving into this one would obviously be the teams such as, I mean, currently right next to them, maybe Triple Esports, maybe one round. But, I mean, in terms of statistics, well, hard word today, we haven't really seen those altercations go in their favor just yet. I feel like one round has been very close, same as Triple Esport. They picked up a few good eliminations here and there, but they haven't quite made that splash. The other team I'm very much keeping my eye on is VST Gaming, because they have been so beautifully consistent, and they're currently tied with 1 million esports in terms of points on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, and I mean that is quite the impression to be making coming into the very first day. Both those players, as you said, right, looking pretty decent, but the aggression also looking absolutely phenomenal. Especially looking at Slime, VST, 1 million, and Titan, right? But as we know, Titan won't be able to do much with regards to that, as we don't have them on the map at the moment. But it's going to be up to the rest of the lobby and the rest of the players now to just showcase their talents. But still going to be waiting to see that performance come through from Desert Flame, right? Currently sitting with only 4 points on the leaderboard. 3 of those are eliminations.
I was going to ask you to try and help me break that down, because Desert Flame Esports just haven't been quite showing the performance we know them to have. I feel like I can't even explain to you why that has been going the way that it has, because we obviously haven't been seeing the times in which they have gone down. Hopefully in this Erangel we might get a little bit more of an indication as to maybe what's going wrong, or is it in terms of the RNG rotations coming in, or are they making some rotational questionable decisions? But definitely not the performance I'm expecting from them, and neither should we, based on their previous performance in the previous season. So hopefully this is just like a first day fluke, and tomorrow, or maybe even in this game right now, I wouldn't mind that they can just shake this up and show us the performance we know they can show.
Yeah, definitely. I hope that they can shake that off, because it's a little bit worrying, to see that kind of performance coming through. But as you said, maybe it's just the first day
jitters.
Yes, I think it could be that potentially, but we'll only know by tomorrow what exactly they have in store for us. Another team that has actually been bringing quite a substantial performance, as we saw, was Leaders Esports, right? We know that they just got that winner. They just got that absolutely glorious finish, right, with the 22 points locked in. Not almost getting that winner chicken dinner. It was so close. But they've been putting in some really strong efforts here today. We did see them taking up quite a bit of a leap. They were also positioned much further down the leaderboard, and now they currently find themselves situated at least up in towards that 9th place. So I'm looking to see where the teams are going to be going as they progress further and further through this map, as they have yet another opportunity to bring it on through. But we are seeing quite a bit of a break-off as we look at the leaderboard at the top of the screen between the teams situated at the top and the teams situated further on down. And it is going to be Leaders, though, to now just welcome Lag Esports as they send the shots out. It is going to be Fantasy to get knocked, and, well, just about to confirmed up as well. There we go. Carry Boy trying to lock it in and does succeed in doing exactly that.
Leaders Esports, like you said, made that massive jump from 17th all the way up into 9th place. TEAMLAG, I mean, a team sitting in 14th position that was, somewhat consistent, definitely looking for a bigger performance moving into this one. And I mean, for leaders just to pick them off like that, it's going to sting a little bit as they make the rotations in. But again, it's only one player down. They still have 3. It's still very doable. We obviously see these teams now just centering towards that central band of the zone as the next zone pops. And we should actually see one round and Legends of War being very, very happy with their current positions.
Oh, they are being absolutely blessed looking at those positions. But this is where the challenge is going to come in, right? We can see that entire western region is open. Pretty much the entire eastern region is open, and it's now going to be a rush for the teams to get themselves secured and confirmed into at least a good anchor point moving on through. So I'm expecting quite a bit of chaos to erupt on these bridges leading on towards that more northern side of the zone. But looking at a position like Slime and Soul, for instance, they've got a very comfortable rotation just inching away towards Stalbus, sneaking in from that eastern side of the zone. But there's also the potential threat coming through here from Blackjack Esports as well.
Edika, I'm going to put you in the hot seat, right? Because we don't have a host to ask the hot seat questions. So, tell me your top 2 for this map to get either winner chicken dinner.
Ooh, you want predictions?
I do. I want some DK predictions up here in the early points of our last Erangel of the day. You've had 4 maps to warm up the prediction muscles. So come on, hit me with it.
All right, I'm gonna go with leaders and 1 million.
Oh, okay. Good balance of top and bottom. I like it. I like it. But definitely Leaders Esports a team to keep an eye out. I'm going to go a little bit weird and say I want some Mad Night and Blackjack Esports action. I want something from these teams to bring us some fantastic performances that we saw in the previous season. And Leaders Esports, okay, they're holding on to your prediction for the time being, but for how long is the question, as they've just dropped 1 player.
No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. No. I mean, Shadowin was caught in an unfortunate position there. I'll give you that one. But now we've got the reinforcements arriving, right? Up comes Scary Boy. Oh, that nade not going where it was supposed to, but it is up to Morteza to just, try to close up that gap. We've got to waste it on the ridge line. Down they go, and 3DS now really starting to pop this one off. Let's see what Morteza has got in store for us. Quickly going to be attempting that res. Looking to bring leaders back into contention. But out comes the push from 3DS. And that Umpi just cleans it out. All right, well, one of the 2 down. Unfortunate turn of events coming through there for leaders. But you know what? It was worth a shot.
Yeah, sorry. I think you need to go chat to Maxman there just about those caster curses and see if we can
No comment.
sort that out. But hey, Leaders Esports, they went down with those 3 eliminations, so they're not going back empty-handed just yet, and they've had a phenomenal performance up until this point, especially with that last map. So it's okay. But moving on to Slime 4KT, they have spotted out a few stragglers on the rotations here, moving on into the zone. And it's my prediction choice, Blackjack. So yeah, I feel like we should not do predictions ever again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should just stop it right there. I mean, there's probably a reason why we don't have a host, so we can't throw those those caster curses on anybody. But for the time being, it is going to be the players here from Myth now trying to find a bit of an opportunity down on towards Triple Esports. So you can see Broly just firing off a few warning hits there, just trying to fend off Triple Esports, and they do react accordingly. Now opting themselves back into a little bit of that hard cover. But Triple Esports actually holding on to a very contentious position, at least with regards to where the zone was before the shift now just came in. But that position is now going to be null and void, as they now need to focus their efforts on getting themselves repositioned. And I'm expecting quite a bit of chaos to unfold onto the place there from Darkness towards that bridge.
Absolutely. Looking at the rotations now, Darkness pretty central. I feel like they're in a very good position here. That is until you consider all the teams right around the corner from them, especially Wave Esports making a rotation through Seoul. Big focus on them, as we know, already had that initial engagement and unfortunately lost 1 player as a result, but still in this and still represented, as well as a team like Desert Flame Esports. Now, we've been questioning it the whole day. Currently, they still have all 4 of their players, so they're in the best possible position to move this on forward. And looking at their position on the map, I wouldn't be too worried for them. To the right, to the east of them, they have Wave Esports. To the west of them, they have Triple Esports. So these are teams that I feel like they have been on equal footing with. So they just need to make sure that they keep those engagements. As I say that, though, Flacco goes out of a car. So we'll have to see how that one is going to turn around.
Yeah, that was quite the unfortunate play there for Flacco, but now it is going to be Buden to get rushed. This triple moves on forward. It is a quick utilization of the Uzi coming on. Oh, but there we go. It is going to be Black 7 just to reach in and put a stop there to Buden as the confirmation comes through as well. So, a very, very tough day so far for Desert Flames. We can see them now being reduced down to only 2 remaining hopefuls. Not quite sure what the rest of this lobby will have in store for them, but it is fortunately still going to be 6 and Flacco now left to try and piece this whole play back together.
Yeah, what do you say to that one? Because now they face the one side that I was worried about, and now they're going to face the other side, which is Wave coming on through with that rotation and currently in a better position towards the pathing to the central zone. So if Desert Flame, basically, if they wanted to make a direct line to the center zone, guess who they have to go through? It's Wave. And Wave currently sitting on 3 eliminations. So they've been having a very, very good game so far, even considering that they're currently on a duo same as Desert Flame. Just the performances haven't just been quite there, but again, hopefully, Desert Flame, shake that off. Mad Knight, on the other hand, they have picked up 1 elimination, currently staring down the barrel towards darkness. And on this side of the island, for now, they're all alone. So they have some opportunity here to take it quietly and take it in a very strategic way forward.
But I mean, speaking about strategic way forward, right? Mad Knight, you can see them on the mini-map. They are lurking on that eastern edge, about to move forward. And this could be quite a challenging position now for Darkness to try and defend. Myth still in a position where they can make something happen with the angles that they have. They do spot MG up ahead. Oh, look at the sprays though as Broly just laser focuses in and just, just sends it out. Just beautiful greeting being displayed right there. But this is going to be that opportunity now for Myth to make a decisive play as the zone does shift further up towards the north. And they now need to find another way to kind of get themselves into a little bit more of a contentious position.
Absolutely. That push to that zone needs to happen immediately. As you can see, that migration coming through. And once again, Blackjack Esports, Slime 4KT, even Legends of War finding themselves in a very, zone-placed position. Hopefully they can make this work for them. In the meanwhile, Desert Flame Esports once again under the microscope, and how are they going to get out of this one? Oh,
well, the answer to that is, well, not easily, right? As we can see, all the hopes and dreams now riding on 6, as it is going to be that nade getting sent through there from D3AS, and up comes the rush, and the gate gets closed as Desert Flame will bid their dues, whatever. Goodbye, off they go.
Bid their dues, yeah, you're right.
Yes. I mean,
farewells. Good tidings to the all, and we move on. Unfortunately,
thank you so much for the Englishing.
Good Englishing, but in the meanwhile, we have to tune our attention here to one round, and of course, Legends of War that have been under a lot of pressure, and now Triple Esports is going to join the party.
Oh, here we go. Look at the action. Up comes the rush. 1 round trying to keep themselves in contention, but it is going to be 7 Reef to just rush on forward and lay waste to quite a few of the players. But up comes a little bit of that retaliation. As we can see, MG just sneaking in a cheeky hit there, trying to capitalize on the third party. It's still going to be up to Flick now, holding on for the players here from the Legends of War, looking to see if they can maybe find a way out of this angle. But fortunately, they've also been able to keep super quiet and silent. So it doesn't seem like Triple Esports are really aware of the intruder held up in the attic.
Yeah, there's someone sus here in this building, and absolutely I agree with you. Flick has been so quiet. I do not think Triple Esports know that there, as you said, is someone lurking up in the attic for the time being. If they can just keep quiet, they might be able to even pick off a couple of stragglers as those rotations come through. In the meanwhile, Darkness already taken 2 down as Mad Knight rolls on in and looks to bolster their eliminations. Also, big shout out to Triple Esports, DK. They're currently sitting on 7 eliminations.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Triple really popping off, as we can see. And Mad Knight now just trying to come blazing on through as they apply the pressure onto Darkness. Down goes 2.
Ooh.
The rest of the squad's position up ahead is going to be Iron and Whiskey. Now just off in the distance. Let's see whether or not they're going to try and make a bit of a run here. Whiskey just, getting that buggy rocked up and ready to go. But it is going to be Whiskola popping in a few more of the hits, trying to alter that rotation. But it does seem like Darkness are at least capable of escaping for the time being. The shots will, of course, follow hard on the hills. Oh, and it's not looking too favorable at this point for Darkness. It could be just around the corner. Myth now also in a position where they could just pop in a few of those hits as well. But we also see the players there from Arab Golden feeling a little bit of that pressure coming through. We see them situated towards that western side of the zone. But now Brody tries to just put up the defenses here, looking to reach into Darkness, with the shots connecting on up onto his Iron. And Whiskey also taking a little bit of damage, but that vehicle looking pretty smoky just up ahead of them, as Broly now focuses all over the place. I mean, this seems like Broly's pretty much got the head on a swivel.
Absolutely, and I was going to say Darkness's time is numbered, or days are numbered, as Knights are moving on into this position. They're currently in the blue juice. They need to get a position within the zone, and well, they're going to have to take that position here from Darkness. So Myth, of course, as all of these teams are moving on through, trying to keep their heads on a swivel here, get as many eliminations as they possibly can, and potentially open up some sort of safe pathing into the zone. But they're still putting quite a heavy investment into getting these eliminations from Darkness. I mean, there's Whiskey already going down. It's only one more. It's only Iron here from Darkness, and that's them. That's it. They're out.
Ooh. Wow, that is so unfortunate, but what a good play that was coming through from Myth, though. Oh, but look at that, Broly not stopping there, taking down Mad Knight as well, picking up those stragglers, and that is going to be, you know, a few much-needed points coming through right there, but VSC still having quite a bit of ground to cover as we see them all the way towards that edge of the zone. It is one round, also now getting snuffed. And with that, we are down to only 9 remaining teams. Down to the single digits we go. But Esports riding pretty high on 8 eliminations to their name. VSC now trying to push in towards the zone. Still having a full squad. But Fivo is not going to survive that rotation.
Absolutely not. Triple Esports, what an absolute teardown from them. Already 9 eliminations, and once again, not looking to stop anytime soon as they are making their rotation in. I remind you, they're out of zone, dealing all of this damage. They still have to make a rotation in zone, and right now they're just clearing the path for themselves.
Oh, wow. This could be the golden plate to be had here. Let's see whether or not that is going to be the situation. Arab Golden not having any eliminations so far just yet, but that doesn't mean anything at this point in time. So you can see a lot of pressure now being sent down onto the players there from Wave. That is going to be the first elimination locked in. But up comes Blackjack, trying to push in towards the zone as well, just coming in on the side as we can see towards this western edge. Got a good angle down on towards the players there from Triple. But Wave still in a lot of danger. Oh, well, no more danger for them as they get sent back to the lobby. And up comes Arab Golden looking to push forward. Blackjack capitalizing on their own position, but they are coming under fire as Arab swings in their direction.
Oh, it's just keeping their heads on a swivel. And right now my focus is on Blackjack Esports. Currently fantastic position within the zone, but not a lot of comfort here to work with. As you can see, Zane just trying to hide behind the stump of a tree here and keeping their heads on that ridge line as so many more rotations have to come through, and the nades are popping off left, right, and center as Raouf from Seoul Esports is the last remaining hopeful, just desperately trying to stay alive.
Oh, trying to hold on with everything that they can muster right there. But as we can see, still a very challenging play to be had over towards that southwestern side, right? We got Blackjack, we got VST, as well as Myth still situated, and none of them going to be looking to duck out just yet. Still, it is up to Sol Raouf to keep up the defensive position here alongside the players here coming through from Slime. And this is going to be quite the challenge, quite the tall order. But VST keeping their guns pretty hot and loaded, as you can see them now, just trying to see if they can maybe sneak up closer towards Blackjack. But that blue zone is about to start moving forward. So whatever the play they're going to be going for, they need to do it super, super fast.
Absolutely. Now a little bit of a push coming through here from VST to reposition as Hainsley just takes a little bit of damage there thanks to that nade. Myth in the meantime have taken this as an opportunity to push on in right into the sidelines here. VST who are down to 1 member, maybe not for long.
Oh, look at the hits, though. Broly gets knocked on down. It is going to be Venom to send the shots out and close it out for Triple Esports. But up comes It's Abood. Now looking to find those angles. Finds a few shots, and off they go. The vehicle goes boom and down. goes Myth. Down to only 6 teams we are. As you can see, Arab Golden now taking a little bit of a beating there. It's going to be up towards Ban to see whether or not they can keep the pressure up. But up comes It's a Bird, finding a spray on towards MG. Down he goes. And now Phoenix in a world of trouble. So many players in the surrounding area. No, not a lot of options left to try and play out. And it's going to be It's a Bird to send it in.
Oh, and Phoenix manages to just get out of that hut in the nick of time to avoid that nade. But again, It's a Boot so damaged at this point in time. One well-placed nade could mean the end for VST at this point in time. Oh, once again, narrowly escapes it. Both of these players just will not go down.
Well, this is the dance of doom coming through right here. Out comes It's a Boot, takes a lot of damage. Oh, but down goes both of them as the molly comes through. And the hits connecting up 1 million. Riding high, as you can see, 8 eliminations already under their belt. And now they are one of the final 2 teams in contention for this winner chicken dinner, going toe-to-toe with Slime 4KT. But it does seem like 1 million could have this one in the bag as they now take aim down towards Cowl, down towards Storm. And it all is riding on Pronto. Up comes the hits, the shots. Will it connect? Will this be that winner chicken dinner coming through for 1 million? Pronto now having to find a way to deal with the pressure. Senke trying to flank around the edge. Out comes the utilities. Oh, this could be the end. Up comes the shots, and it is done. 1 million locks in another winner chicken dinner. What a way to go.
What a clinical finish coming through from 1 Million Esports. Almost absolutely textbook finish there from them. Absolutely beautiful push onto the remaining members there of Slime 4KT. They were dropping like flies. In a matter of seconds, we had the entirety of Slime 4KT down and 1 million running away with their second winner chicken dinner. And, well, would you guess it? On Erangel, nonetheless.
I just want to say, I got my prediction right. I got it right.
It was a safe bet. Come on.
I mean, there's no guarantees coming through here, but it is going to be the players from 1 million showing their consistent capabilities, especially on Erangel, right? We did see that glorious play coming through from them in the first game, and now they doubled down on that, picking up yet another winner chicken dinner. So I'm pretty sure the team morale over in the 1 million camp is absolutely fantastic at this point in time.
Absolutely, and I hope they'll be carrying that momentum through into tomorrow's games as well, because today was a pretty stellar performance.
Well, speaking about stellar, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned and we'll be back with the full breakdown in a short few minutes.
now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall season. This has been an absolutely exciting day with our 5 matches being concluded. We've seen, well, teams stepping up with some very, very impressive performances. In fact, we saw the players from 1 million picking up their second winner chicken dinner. And of course, well, they've picked up both chicken dinners on Erangel. So an absolutely formidable performance coming through from them. But as what an exciting day it has been.
Absolutely. I feel like the team is set for an impressionable, bar for the rest of the week. And of course, we can take a look at those overall rankings just to remind ourselves where everyone ended up, landing on those leaderboards. And 1 million as they started and ended the day with an absolutely formidable performance coming through here on the first day.
Yeah, formidable indeed, right? 35 eliminations alongside the 42 placement points. And that, of course, going hand in hand with the 2 winner chicken dinners that they found, putting them on a grand total of 77 points, 11 points ahead of VST. But I'm actually quite satisfied and pleasantly surprised with the performance coming through from VST, right? It's a team that we've not really seen much of, but they've just blown us away with their consistency. And the same can be said there for Slime for KT, but also Titans really kicking it off with such an exceptional start to this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Just literally hitting the floor, running for those final points. And of course, Blackjack Esports, jumping in the final moments alongside Soul Triple as well with a dominating performance there in that previous map, picking up some huge eliminations there, 22 in contention for the top 5 teams in terms of eliminations alone. And of course, rounding off that first page with 1 round Esports, who I'm hoping to see a little bit more from tomorrow as we head on through to the second page. We do have to give a bit of a shout out here to the teams who are hopefully going to show us a better performance coming back tomorrow. Once again, I'm going to be placing a big focus there towards teams like TEAMLAG and of course Darkness as well. Mad Knights, I feel like I was waiting for a little bit more from them, but leaders, Zero Tolerance, they made the splash they needed to.
I mean, in all fairness, this was the first day, the first 4 matches for all these teams. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity for improvement moving into the remainder of this week, especially in tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, I'm expecting quite a bit of a change up to come through from the teams, as they've already had a bit of a taste as to what to expect. But also, what's going to be adding to the complexity is that we are having an entire map shuffle coming through tomorrow. So we're not going to be running the same map rotation that we had today. So it is going to be quite an exciting day to see, once again, what the teams will do and how they're going to be adapting to those map rotations.
Absolutely. For today, unfortunately, Group C, they missed out on Sanhok. So tomorrow they'll hopefully be getting some of that action. We'll have to wait and see till tomorrow's maps. But the last page, we're talking about teams like Super Young Stars and teams who didn't quite have those performances. Again, I'm hoping today was just getting rid of the jitters, getting rid of those initial nerves, and hopefully tomorrow we see the best performances from these teams that they have been waiting to showcase.
Yeah, it is going to be quite the day. As I think tomorrow we're going to be having a more Miramar heavy day, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think we're going to be having 3 Miramar matches tomorrow. So there's going to be more than enough opportunities for teams to kind of patch up what they weren't able to pull off on today's Miramars, as we are going to be having such an exciting day come through once again. So I think there's going to be a lot of action across the field as the teams will be presented with several opportunities to try and lock in even more points. But got to say, right, the players there from 1 million starting the day off on an absolute banger, right? 32 points. I mean, we saw, like I said before, right, we did see the players from Lusail last season starting off dropping a 30 bomb, and then 1 million was just like, well, you know what, you think that's impressive? We'll do you one better, right? We'll drop a 30 bomb in the beginning. We'll get another winner chicken dinner to close off the day. How do you like that? Well, my answer to that is, I love it. Do it again, right? That was absolutely phenomenal. And I cannot wait to see what's going to come through in tomorrow's games.
I really can't wait to see what Desert Flame is also going to bring to a Miramar heavy day like that tomorrow. And hopefully we might see a little bit of shift up in some of the strategies the teams might have used today that they didn't feel quite comfortable with. And again, still plenty of opportunities, like you said. It's the first day of the first week, still 3 more phases of weeks to go before we get to our finals. So plenty of opportunities for these teams to shape up and to shake things up as they move on through the rest of the maps. And again, beautiful change in format, a beautiful change in just the season that we're bringing for the Africa region. So hopefully the teams, they take on these challenges by the horns and they are ready for what is going to be coming up against them in the latter of the week.
Yeah, definitely there's going to be 3 teams that I'll be focusing on tomorrow, looking to see whether or not they're going to be rising to the occasion, stepping up to the challenge, right? That's going to be the players from the Super Young Stars, there's Esports, and of course Legends of War. Right, we've not really been seeing such a strong performance coming through from either of these teams today. So I'm hoping that they capitalize on tomorrow, right? As we were saying before, Desert Flame is the team that we know performs exceptionally well on a map like Miramar. So tomorrow there's going to be even more opportunities for them now to try and potentially increase the amount of points that they've got, because yeah, this is not really the kind of Desert Flame that we know, right? 4 points after a full day of play. Yeah, come on. We want to see it. We want to see Desert Flame get ignited once again.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you there. But I mean, I could say that for anyone in this group. You know, we've seen these amazing performances from every single team. We know they have what it takes to showcase that level of performance. Yes, there are some new teams that we were a little bit questionable, but so far the new teams have been stepping up to the absolute top of the leaderboards. So I'm expecting that change to come through from the rest of the teams, because that's what we love in PMPL. It's that constant resurgence and recycle of the skills within the region, forcing the other teams to, well, get better. There's only one option, and that is to go up. You can't step back now. You've made it to this point. Now you need to fight for your spot in the Middle East and Africa champs and for your spot of that fantastic prize pool. So waiting for a better performance this week from those 3 teams, as you've mentioned, and for the rest of the teams to keep up that consistency. As we know, there's bonus points up for grabs for the finals, so they need to keep pushing it.
Yeah, consistency will be rewarded. But I'd also love to hear what our viewers' thoughts are, right? So be sure to let us know on social media as to who you think are going to be the contenders for the title, at least moving through this first week of play, right? You've seen now what the teams have done within their first 4 matches, and of course the 5 matches that we've seen in totality here today. But let us know what your thoughts are on these teams. Who do you think is going to be the team to sit at the top of the leaderboard at the end of this week? Who will be the team to walk away with those 20 bonus points locked into their name? Let us know on social media. Looking forward to your answers, and of course, a very, very exciting day lies ahead of us tomorrow. As we said already, right? The team's going to be presented with yet another opportunity to improve on their gameplay, to improve their standings, to improve their positionings coming through on these leaderboards. And I'm hoping that today was just a taste of what we can expect to see across this week's performances. I gotta say is, right, what a way to start off the first week, or the first day even, I mean, of the PMPL Africa fall season. I think this is going to be a very, very exciting one indeed. But of course, just to remind you of how exciting the day has been, we are going to be heading into a recap, and we're going to be closing it off right after that. So we want to thank everyone for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow for our second day of insanity right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa fall season.
I don't think we're quite yet. We're not quite yet done. But again, DK, tomorrow is going to be an absolutely phenomenal day. So for the viewers at home, if you're ready for more PUBG Mobile action, stay tuned for the recap video coming up and be ready, because tomorrow I'm pretty sure the teams are going to be hitting the floor running, ready to just one up the incredible performances that they put up today. And the bar has surely been set from the previous season of Spring 2022 to our new fall season of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. And DK, what a way to start it, as you said. Any other teams you're looking out for tomorrow?
Nope, that's it. Those 3 teams are the ones I'm going to be keeping my eyes absolutely glued to. And I'm pretty sure that they will, impress us all the way to the end of the day. So I think there's definitely a lot to look forward to. So I can actually not wait to see what the entire lobby will have in store for us.
No, absolutely. The teams are going to keep pushing it right up until the end. So thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Is it the second time? We're still doing this? We're still here, DK. They don't want us to leave. No, we're still gonna be here.
It's like we're just testing. We're just testing the responses, right? So we're trying out different endings, but of course, well, I mean, what more is there left to say? Is an absolutely crazy one, and we're gonna sign off and see you all back again tomorrow.
Time's the charm.